Ah. Go to the back end of this. Alright, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then make certain live on the other, which multi-streaming is very strange. Definitely not gotten terribly used yet. And this one here. Wish YouTube let me set up all the stuff in advance. Their streaming is terrible. But I have some people who are like, oh, you gotta stream on these too because, you know, we're care about these ones. Yeah, well. Cool, but really? That there. Post all the stuff so that people know I'm going live, blah blah blah. Go to Discord, tell everyone. Alright, just about everything set up. Well, I gotta watch this from the back end too. Alright, alright. That one's set. And now view back into this one. And I need restream chat. I can actually talk to people on both. Excellent. So, now that all that is set up. 3 minutes in, wonderful. I managed to get the AGLS system to work. Which, video a quick edit here. I started a new project and moved everything over, so the other project from yesterday is perfectly fine. A hidden actor again, yeah. We undo this. I'm obviously going to take all the guns out and everything. Poppet's not going to use guns. It's not a thing, but as you can see, she's now got new toys to play with. Apparently there's a hidden actor here. Sure, whatever. All this is fine. We have all seen the traversal crap. That's cool and all, but she's not quite completely accurate on where she's at. But however, it's getting there. Like, she's clearly about a bit too low from what I can tell. I'll need to adjust that, and I mostly just set this up and then decided to stream. I had to copy everything over and, you know, all the fun shenanigan BS there. This one seems like it's pretty close, actually, except for she's got her arm stuck in it, so it's gonna take some work there. That's okay. Because, I mean, let's be real here. Having all this added in is pretty cool. I'm gonna have the ability to have her grip ledges, and it seems like she just kind of grips ledges, like, I think it's like control to drop down. I don't like the short jump crap, because, you know, it's a Metroidvania, and jumping like you're, you know, basically You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and say handicapped because it's about the level of jump she has going on here. It's not good. Because I mean, I realize she's stuck in the ground, but even my, you know, overweight game dev, you know, ass could easily jump higher than that. I mean, like, I hate to break it to people, that's impressively bad. So I'm unimpressed. That's okay. Because we're going to make some changes. The mistake I was making was I put, instead of putting Poppet here, I was putting it on this visual meshes thing here. So the visual skeletal mesh was the one I needed to use. So after I built the retargeter and everything, it was perfectly fine. I also have to copy everything from her other thing over too, which is going to be a problem. But, you know, whatever. One thing at a time, as they say. One thing at a time. Okay, so... out of the way so I can see what everyone's doing over here, and I can grab the... here, I need Poppet's... thing here, just because it bugs me that she doesn't have hair. You know, a woman in her hair, they're very important things. You should always make certain to have good hair if you're a woman. The amount that it enhances beauty is incredible. I understand why they go so far out of the way to worry about getting the right haircut. Before it was less understandable, but now that I've spent so much time designing them, yeah. Oh yeah, the entire stuff I set up to make her look good is this stuff here. I'm gonna have to redo so much stuff, but for purposes of this, I don't care right now. Can I replace this with visual skeletal mesh? Is that an option? No. I'm sure All Night is going to be me spending like every hour just converting things over. Like getting all the coding out of this particular blueprint that is like probably half the game. And then merging it with the system that's currently in there. That's okay. Just how it is. Oh, a hat scene. Blah, 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 blah. Hat scene, blah, blah, blah. Sure. Oh, I have a hat scene now. I just did that over there. And this one just goes over to here. And the other one was attached to there, I think. No. Or whatever. Just a spawn point anyway. Ah. Oh yeah, I was gonna raise up her mesh here so she's more in line with what's going on here. She's really just kind of stuck in nothing here. And then I'm going to make her jump not ridiculously crap. In fact, I'm going to double check it against this one here. Uh, 700. I'm just going to migrate this over to the other screen and then copy all the numbers so people... I don't have to try to figure this out. So... And I set air control modifier at 3 because it just felt really awkward to not have that. I should have made this bigger on the other screen. I'm terrible. Air control boost multiplier should be... Actually, this should be 2. This should be actually 0.3, so she has a little bit of control. 25. Those are the numbers. That's exactly where I expected her to be. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Excellent. Exactly as anticipated. Oh, because it's the wrong Poppet mesh, right? I think the doll messes up. It needs to be like a -90 or something to have it face the right direction. Oh yeah, I have to add it to the other. It's the fixed twist thingy screws it up. That was also something I learned. I had to re-import from DAS, which means I'm gonna have to redo a bunch of crap to make it look nice again. Whatever. Perfectly fine. Sure. I need that, and I'm also gonna need this fine one here. I gotta copy all the sockets. Paste that socket, paste this socket. Having to cram other people's code into mine always sucks. I'm just gonna say it. Like, it is just not what I was intending to do with my time, but gotta admit that, you know, some of this stuff, it's just the only way to really get it done, you know? I can select both? I totally can. Well, if that to be the case, I'm doing it this way. Okay. Good old YouTube. One person swings by. Used immediately. Sounds like YouTube. Oh. Sorry, NCBA, all shades of me. I can see it now. I have like it set on streaming in 2 different places, and it's like only the second time I've done it, so I forgot to look at the restream chat that has both. How's your night going? Or I guess day if you're a normal person. It's like 4:01 a.m. here. Same. I'm currently taking my project and trying to fuse it on top of another project, the like AGLS, whatever, this one here, which I got from 8 a.m. Nice, nice. Her hair's so messed up. Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm trying to put my project on top of this other person's, and let me tell you, it's not going well. Oh my gosh. This is not actually the main game I have set up. This is just literally a test to see if I can make this happen. I got this thing here, and it takes the normal traversables. Her hair is broken, that's why I was doing that. And has all that. Gives her a gun and stuff too. I'm not gonna use a gun. I don't, no point for a gun here. But it also gives you all this stuff too, so actually I'm gonna drop to the ground because there's a better one. And this person, like, I Like you join their Patreon and you get it for like $10 and it comes with all these animations. And I mean, I had the game animation sample thing from Epic, which was really cool, and I'm still technically using it, I guess. But this is nice, and it just retarget all the things. There's so many for how to retarget. So unfortunately, though, it means I have to take all the information from the character's blueprint. It's like 50% of the game I had already made, and now add it onto this one so I could have all these fun features, such as the grappling hook. Okay, that was weird. Worst grappling hook ever. One of the things I've been trying to get her animations correct like that, and like one of the animations had like where like she was bent halfway and like her legs were sticking out to the side. Another one, she's here. What's up? What are we being honest about? I will get her hair to work. I don't know why it doesn't. Actually, the head socket, I added that. Yeah, you know, I mean, everyone's allowed to do what they want to do, but have you seen the game animation sample? They have like 500 animations that let you move around like a crazy person. I'll launch the actual game because this is my this is a throwaway project, so if I break it, I don't care. But the thing is it takes so long to make all your own that, I mean, I'm a solo dev. I'm already trying to do a 3D game, which is probably a mistake in its own right. But then to have to add additional time. Yeah, $10. And it came with, well, all the game animation sample stuff was obviously free already, but I mean, it came with all the ledge stuff and everything like that. It's got like the Tomb Raider, like 6 spikes in the wall thing. It's got all the like various gun animations too. I don't need that. I'm making a steampunky game. I guess technically I could use guns, but character uses tarot cards, so it's not really a thing. I'm waiting for the other version to load. So yeah, I mean, it came with a bunch of things. I haven't really looked at it too much. There's like pickup animations, like interacting with things like that. There's a bunch of swinging animations, though apparently the grappling hook is kind of broken. And then, yeah, it's just a question of time. Like, I mean, you can make all your own if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. But I got to make the characters. I got to program the whole game, everything to work. Got to do all the level design. Got to do all the story, all the sound effects. At some point, how much is your time worth, right? Like, how many animations can you make in an hour? What do you make per hour? Okay. Can you make 500 animations in an hour? No, probably not. That guy charges you $10. Same reason I go to like Mixamo. Mixamo is like free and they mo-capped animations. Because, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, that's pretty good. 2 to 3, not bad. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, the player doesn't care how you arrived at your animations. The player cares that your animations are, well, they fit your game. Like, if your game is entirely designed to be, like, you know, kind of low end and janky, then, you know, your animations can be not great intentionally. But otherwise, no one goes, oh, those animations look too good. I can't believe he got them from somewhere else. No one says this. How many games have you played where you're like, those animation? I wish the person had made them himself because they're too nice. Or I've seen that animation before. Yeah. Same thing with some of these models too. Like, I mean, I did some of the models myself, but Other ones, it's too much. It's just too much time. I mean, like 3D games are made by 100+ people over 4 to 5 years. A lot of times, like AAA things there, so it's gotta save time where you can, you know. Yeah, the other one I was actually working on. Trying to add in all the other features. Might be a little laggy though, given that I have so many things running at once. My poor computer, I'm so terrible to it. Come on. I know I'm running 2 copies of Unreal Engine and 2 different streams and things, but you can play this. I believe in you. Go. So, like I say, forgive the lag. I have too many copies of this running, and normally it wouldn't be this bad. You get tarots, and tarots allow you to, you know, do things. Apparently animations are a bit messed up, but whatever. I don't have motion on it like that or anything like that, but it's the weapon that I have to use. A lot of the game is about being, you know, a small toy. You're cursed to basically live out the rest of your days as a toy for a 14-year-old ghost girl. And you're running around a working toy factory. So this top floor is mostly dedicated to the ghost girl, and nobody else is allowed to come up here besides her father, so... I have a lot of things like that, a lot of crawling around amongst toys and things. Everything is really large. You are not. That away. I already have the ability to grab things and pull myself up. Not hanging. Hanging is getting added by the other thing. So a lot of the rooms are dedicated to traveling around on tops of things that are, you know, designed for normal people. Switch weapons here. Each all your weapons, the various tarots in the game, and it's all different effects. This is the Fool. This is a giant sucker. He uses a weapon, things like that. The Magician, which lets you manipulate objects at a distance. A lot of times you'll be jumping on various things. Obviously, Poppet's kind of a tiny character. She's about 10 inches tall. So, it restricts what she can do. Much of the puzzles are consistent of going around these kinds of things. I totally missed the jump. Nice. Oh, well, thanks for swinging by. I kind of stream around this time, so if you get bored and want to wander back and see what happened to my poor project as I try to influence it with other things, like a whole Uncharted thing, you definitely can go back to experimenting with this to see if it can make it not crap. It's gonna be crap. It's totally gonna be crap. I don't know why I'm even doing it. We just have no collision, I would assume. Gave her the head socket. Is located exactly at the same location because I copy pasted it. Hey. Is it? We should show the details of where they're at. This shouldn't have any collision anywhere. Oh, I disconnected it. Mistakes were made. Yeah, I swear it's just connecting to a weird location, and that's why it's causing problems. Wow. Cutscene. I'm just gonna make the assumption the head socket needs to be moved up some reason. Yes. Put way up here and see if it fixes the problem. Not really. I think I know what the problem is, actually. I do. Most unfortunate. I think the collision is... This guy's got the collision problem. That's, Huh. He's kind of fat. Versus Poppet, who's very much not fat. I mean, this version's got terrible collision, which actually, to be fair, I need to fix the collision anyway. Whatever. I'm so used to fixing her collision every 5 seconds anyway. Why not again? You know? What I have to do, because I want to make it so her hair can attach or have different hairstyles. So it should have no collision, in theory. I don't actually know I have a lower jaw option here. Kind of like the face rig thing. I mean, I guess it does keep it out of her face. That's kind of nice. Oh. I usually don't do chest upper like that. I think I'm gonna tweak this a little. I usually turn this on its side. Cover her shoulders. But these need to just be smaller in general. Not a very big character. Women typically are not. You know. I gotta admit though, sometimes Epic's, actually Unreal's, placement of collision is bizarre. That's probably fine. I just need to see if it actually will attach to her. Also, is it even using her collision on this? That's an interesting question. No collision. Guess I could attach the hair to him. This could just be a complete waste of a night for me just trying to get this project to work. I just want to see if it can be done. Because if it can, it really does add so many features that are just the best. Which one did it add? Pocket one. Maybe a terrible plan. We shall see. I shall see. Maybe on the Poppet hair thing here. I think part of the problem is I well, no longer even has an anim class, right? Ah, never mind. This would be where the asset is. Clothing properties, skeleton. Oh, animation rig. There was some sort of option here to make this work. I could have sworn I already said it. Well, let's use this one temporarily then. I don't know. This is going to be a nightmare to get that to work. I can already see where that's going. Wrong one. There's one that doesn't have physics on it. Get the feeling that's the one I should be using. Well done. Well done. It looks perfect. Absolutely perfect. So awkward. Why is it to the side? I don't even know. I have questions. So many questions. That one looks like it's upside down. How can I check? Can I even check these? Is it possible? Does it have a docket information? Usually when you copy paste it, you would assume it would get everything. Kind of the point, right? Didn't exactly copy paste the right location, did it? Huh. I have so many questions. Look, it was turned really funky. Facing forward at least, but it looks like it just needs to be rotated 120 now as opposed to that. Or 180. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna find this hair and I'm gonna manually attach it just to get an idea where it should go. SK hair 3. Why is it way up there? Oh, I see. That's obnoxious. This can't be the right location. It just makes no sense why it would be way over there. Just to get that the right direction? I don't even know. Yeah, it's not even attaching anywhere close to that location. I don't even understand what's going on with that. So many problems. All this because I want these other things here. I do really want the rest of it. That is true. I think I'm just gonna do a quick throw it on there, and so she has some hair because it's driving me crazy that she doesn't have hair, and then try to build the game around that, and I'll fix that later when I care that much. We won't do those, and instead I'm just gonna add a thing onto her. Sure. Guess that's the one that's currently selected. Not a bad hairstyle. Perfect, perfect. Down there for some reason. Nice. Gotta be larger in general. Right. Hmm. Ah, it's Long Live Chaos guy. Nice. How are you doing, Long Live Chaos guy? Actually, Long Live Chow, but first thing he writes, Long Live Chaos, so you're Long Live Chaos guy now. Sorry for your loss. Oh, it's just halfway tier. I removed the clothing, dude. I don't want to mess with it today. I'm past that. Uh-huh. Should be able to just use the exact same one. But it matches your movement. Okay. And you're just trying to grab the one little thing there, but for some reason it wants to move everything. Why do you keep moving those? It's so obnoxious. That last one. That's a little better. Not really. She's like a chunky girl now. She has like no, she doesn't jump as high as you'd expect her to. I think you have to actually take this and put her together in the thing or something. And then test her in another level. This is going to be a catastrophe, but I want to see if it works. Just adding in this functionality is just awesome. Then I can use, like, for the rope, I can use it as the hanged man, so she can actually latch onto things. And be hanging from things, so it's very symbolic of the Hanged Man. The Strength Tarot now becomes the ability to grip walls and things, something she wouldn't have been able to normally do. I gotta hunt down some more music. I have so many more tracks to go through. For the Humble Bundles, I had all this copyright-free music. Very important because YouTube is also being streamed too, and YouTube is like the worst. Get copyright infringement for something that, you know, posted a million years ago. Let's just sit back and enjoy watching them prepare shaders. I actually cooked the other project too, so which means that I'll have to redo that. I think it took like 3 hours to cook. Waiting. We're not waiting that long. There's no way to equip weapons either. Patiently waiting in the hopes of this getting done someday. Yeah, we're waiting. I don't know. Could be drinking or something. Probably started. Nothing. Oh, it's so much worse out of the cans. By about $4 per 12 though. Adds up. Waiting for another 300 shaders. This will probably take me about 2 days to truly add in if I'm going to keep it or not. I might. I don't know about that one guy's plan to do all the animation himself though, but fun as that sounds. You're a solo dev. Save what time you can. Honestly, don't make a big project. Or do, I guess. I mean, coughing. I've got the game dev plague. Oh my god. See if she can grab things. Honestly, her movement seems like it's less good looking. Oh. Not quite where I was expecting to end up. I think it just randoms them at this point because I don't have the thing set up to be where I want to be. Try again. All these things I set up in the other project to make it work. Try again. This is so lame. I'm not going to do this a second time and redo it. Not a problem, but... Still not the right one. No Hierophanthes. I can't even use those. Oh, wait. Totally can, because this is actually... The default character is set to be her. Or I can just do this. I'm still not 100% certain all this is even worth adding in. It might be just a bit more than I should add in. Could see it. Let's... Where's the, Oh, never mind. That's what I was looking for. Blah, 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 blah. Why didn't you browse that? I don't know. Just dock that? That's so weird. And with a million errors. I don't even know how I feel about this. I just changed the plugin project settings to that being the default. Why in the world is she the one that's loading? Oh, because I have override. Going great. Going absolutely fantastic. Beautiful. All right, camera location, please. Still loading her. That's because it's gone back to this, sure. There should be laws against people doing bizarre things that require me to have characters put on each map, and honestly, putting stuff in C++ as opposed to just blueprints, like, makes it obnoxious to edit. Nice. I think it's just like auto possess. I'll paste them there, paste them here. I think I just copy and paste the character and it'd work. Here we are. The camera that is dysfunctional, to say the least. Where is your camera? Maybe move that one? Why doesn't he have a camera booth? Or just a camera on the person? Don't buy this project, by the way. Don't pay the $10. The animations are worth it. There's problems with the project that need to be rectified, and it's very apparent. I get the feeling there's extra stuff you have to grab. Oh. Yeah. Definitely leading to some interesting scenarios. And person join the Discord. This might be something I just do off stream. Because I can see this project's already a lot of problems. And just testing it out was interesting enough, but I'm gonna come back to this project. I can see now that this is gonna be mostly me messing around with breaking things. I'm seeing all the errors that just came up by getting the camera to work. So sometimes you gotta pick your battles. And I don't know if I need those extra features yet anyway. Nice crash, bro. Crashed on the other screen, so when I closed it. I'm not gonna take a battery break real fast while that loads. Right back in like a... All right. Let us return to the project that actually works. I don't know if I want to get additional problems in my life. Maybe at some point, but I just got a lot of things working, so I don't know. I guess I could try to figure out why this wasn't working. I had a dialogue system set up and it was not working. Welcome to the wonderful world of, yeah. Problem after problem. What we do here. It should be F to interact, so... I might have the other project if I can get the strength, or for the strength tarot later, but I don't think I think I'm cutting the strength tarot from the demo. It just seems like so much work to get that to resolve. It does add gameplay, so it's like kind of worth, but I would almost rather add that stuff onto my own things as opposed to the other way around. Okay, so on her thing, be on the interacting easier. Blah, blah, blah. Like interaction check, and it checks for the current interaction, and if it says dialogue, it should do this. Whenever you need to solve a problem in game dev, print strings all over the place is pretty much the best call. Oh, it's this graph. There we go. It's like one of you is the right one. Where am I? Well, let me do this first. See if it's even hitting that. Yeah, it should be dialogue, so... Magician, sure, sure. Okay, so we get that it's saying dialogue. Let's make certain she has a dialogue. I don't know why she wouldn't. I mean, I haven't changed her. Well, maybe I did change her. Maybe she just doesn't have the tags anymore. Maybe reasons that I don't understand. Actor has dialogue. Sure. What happens when the actor has dialogue? In dialogue. Wait a minute. Such a thing wouldn't be on her. It'd be on her parent. Okay, put a print string then. You don't want to copy paste, that's acceptable. Make these red so I know it's like on her instead. Might be some settings that I messed up. That would make a lot of sense actually. Oh, it's probably true. Not valid. Yeah, it's not even messaging her. I think I know what's wrong. When I clean the project up, I think I didn't check to see if I fixed this. Trying to open up the Epic Games thing so I can launch my other project. Wait, is this the non-cleaned up project? Did I just launch the stupid one? Am I dumb? Might be. I'm dumb. I launched the wrong project. That's even weirder if that one doesn't work. Launch the good one. I have too many versions of the project. I need to have a simpler project. I almost want to make projects that end faster than these and do them for Android or something, but I really want to make a dream game. Probably take me like another year to finish. Just wait for the real one to start. I'm gonna have to look this up, aren't I? Got what it was called. And my dial tree's here. Huh. All right, well. Was the fake one. Something I need to set up, I know there is. Oh no, it's just called dialogue tree. Very convenient. Stream chat. I mean, they should have a speaker component. I don't understand here. I move her forward because I can't actually talk to her if she's that far back. If she's part way in, I should be able to talk to her, in theory. Yeah. I'm a little lost for these, though. I realized I meant to watch a tutorial for it. Never mind. Don't bother, mover. Kind of all over the place testing things. I was so excited about the other project, but I don't know. It's really hot. Second lab. See on. I was debating on even having these because I might just have pillars here. They're kind of like almost better than this crap. All these were hollow on the backside, so they kind of suck. These central ones aren't, but we have that, so it's kind of less good. Yeah, all the pillars in this kind of fail. But I was already using some stuff from it, so what's this? I could use this as a means of preventing them from going anywhere. I don't know how necessary this is here. I'm trying to decide what am I doing with these. But I mean, I guess they could be kind of cool looking, just they're just off and doing their thing. Really don't like the way these set up look. I kind of like having some of the other things that they don't quite fit. On the other hand, it'll be dark, so they probably won't matter too much. I tried to set that up as a missive, and they don't really work very well as a missives. Whatever. I was gonna change it, and I didn't get around to it. I'm gonna use steampunk lights, which are probably better in general. Candles. These aren't terrible looking, but they don't really do a missive. Guess that's not too bad. Not super ideal, but actually they're kind of now pretty cool by comparison. Not sure I want the attenuation so high on these though, because it goes in another room. Can't have that. Kind of a cool little room because it looks so different from the rest of the place, and then you come in here and it's just this. I kind of want this room to be bigger so bad. There's just no space for it. I'm not sure I'm going to add any other mechanics. I just need to work out the 4 mechanics that are for the demo. I'm pretty certain the Fool's pretty on lock. I mean, I might give it like 1 upgrade or something, but I don't want to be able to jump on the benches. The Hierophant's on lock and the Magician's on lock. It's just the star that's pretty crap. I do need to improve combat a bit though, so that's important. I guess the Hangman could actually just be the other thing. Yeah, that's obnoxious. It's just in the way and hard to see. Stuck in the ground again. I should probably fix that. Well, that reminds me. All too well. Guess I should have got it. Oh. Hi, Shadow Dragon. Or Tiger. Hi, Shadow. I don't want to read all full names. I say hi, Shadow. My brain's all like trying to do a mile a minute. I'm like talking to myself and doing these things, and you missed my experiment. It was terrible. I tried to use another project to add a bunch of stuff, and yeah. Oh, thanks. It's one thing I really have good sense with. It's design sense. Everything else, you know, but design sense. But yeah, this is getting to be pretty cool because now it's like this chapel thing going here. And I still have to work on this back section here, and I'm gonna have like floating plates, these types of collection plates as my boards, so these are gonna get replaced. But you're gonna have to go up onto these things here, then up these, across these, over to here, then almost certainly over to one of these other ones over here, and then across over here, and then it'll culminate over here where you get the key. At least that's what I'm thinking. That's right, you can't really rotate it that way. Was it how I programmed it? Oh yeah. And the whole time you have to use the Hierophant in order to make these actually work, so you have to turn it on and off and try to, you know, recover first, but also stay sane in the process. And I have the lights here, which well, I guess I kind of like them on this side. They affect you on this side too, so if you can get up to these, you'll be safe. But the problem is if you're in these, you don't recover the curse power, so you can't activate the Hierophant. But I broke the Hierophant. I had to fix it real fast. I make lots of dumb mistakes here. I saw this great idea on how to do stats, and I changed them. And it's broken now. Yeah, the other area I was working on that's actually gotten kind of cool, because now you can go outside of the building, but only as long as you stay on things that are attached to the building. Like, you know, like there's like pipes outside, there's ledges. You could go on those, but should you go beyond them, it kills you because you're powered by the curse, and if you get beyond the realm of the curse, you have... There's nothing power, you just fall over. So... that ain't no good. Need to find where it deducts the cost. Upkeep, there we go, perfect. There's a stats component here. Could be update curse. I forgot that. One stupid line. Quick double check and then... Oh yeah, I mean... I don't know, it's fairly organized. There's just so much going on. First gonna go down? Oh, never mind. She has to be in light for the curse to go down. Okay, now it goes down. So it did fix it. And if she's in the dark, it goes up. Cool. Yeah, one little change, and I mean, it's just coding, but without all the extra typing. Which is why I like it so much better than, you know, the other options. Node-based coding is just so much easier. Because you don't mess up because of syntax, you mess up because you didn't connect a wire, but it's not because you mistyped a simple command like I've done so many times. But yeah. And now I have these things over here. Might change the weapon switch just a little faster, but also make that disappear a little faster so it's a little less crappy. And then as you can see, you can go outside onto these pipes out here. Open a window to go to a different room entirely, or to go back to this room. Not a lot of lights in this area, so... Oh. Grip that. Now it's gonna have to use as a more powerful enemy up here. I don't know why the drawers would close. It's the thing, like the drawers aren't exactly animated. You're using a thing to magically move them. So it's like, I mean, if an object was possessed, it's one thing, but these are just drawers. You can move things around. And the reason you would want to close them is because you can't really just jump through them to get to the next area. So if they're in the way or open, then you can forcibly close them and get them out of your way. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense that the whole closes and dies. She fits in the drawer. Like, you just be in the drawer, be like, okay, and I close it. But I mean, they're not possessed or anything, they're just drawers. Some stuff later on might be possessed. It could be an idea for something that is more possessed or something. But... Well, it's a curse powering the place, but it's the toys that are cursed. And some of the stuff is possessed, but you can see that stuff floating around. I could have trap versions of it, but it's a factory now with many floors. Including more upstairs one. I need a bunch of assets to finish the top area. I don't have. Workshop, where the Toymaker's workshop, I'm missing a bunch of assets for that too, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, I'm gonna think about it. It's not a bad idea. I don't think I'm gonna use it here per se. Because, well, this is the 4th room. I'm not gonna establish that because this is the first room I established where you even had the magician in the first place, so. If there's gonna be gotchas, it'll be later after you've had some time to play with it. This serves as a tutorial, which is why there's a big thing to get out here and get the key to get to the next area, because that's where the key is to get through this door over here. You have to go up, around, through here, through this window, out, and then climb this whole thing to get to the top, beat something up, and get the key to get to the next area. And then when you're first in this room, there's a whole lower section you go through to get over to up onto this, and then you go all the way around. You also can free the paintings in order to be able to travel through them too. So I have to turn off the thing that lets me spawn anywhere to make that work. But I'm thinking about that. I have this toy maze area that I have to rework. I don't know what I'm doing with it. It was kind of cool at the start, but now I've got levels that are more designed for humans, so they're kind of neater than the toy maze is. I'm working on this room here where you go out the windows here and then come into this window, and then I'm going to have a bunch of stuff you jump on to get up into here, and then you run through the pipe to get into this area to get a key. It unlocks this door. I had to take out all the pits because I had like these, pits full of water. But the problem with that is I went from having this big sprawling place out in the middle of nowhere to a single building in a city. It's really tall, and it has effectively 9 floors because there's these 5, there's 2 small ones, and then there's 2, can't stand us, those cameras drive me crazy, 2 subterranean floors, the basement, and then the secret sub-basement that the real ending is in. So the problem is now this is the 5th floor, so it doesn't make any sense for a working factory to have flooded, like the 4th floor be flooded. Like that wouldn't even work. Even if it wasn't like an abandoned factory, why would the 4th floor be flooded? Like the water would come out, it would go all over the streets. It'd make no sense. So I don't know about a flooded section, which means I need a new type of instant kill if I have any, and I just don't know what it would be. So every room that was designed around the instant kill thing is no longer usable. Like this had a big old instant kill section. Now to get up in places, you have to sit there and manipulate the drawers of those to get higher up. And it's okay. It needs some work. And then I have plans for this room being a giant... the problem is yeah, okay, let's say the 4th floor flooded. The pressure on all these windows down here would be so great from the water up here, these would burst and the water would come out. Just think of how much water that is to flood all the way up to here. And then most of the game would be swimming at that point, which would be even weirder. Like, okay, that would make for a very fun Metroidvania. So this doesn't make any sense. Also, I switched it to a working factory, with the 5th floor being like the floor that only the owner's allowed to go to. secret floor. I switched that because I just didn't have the assets for like a dilapidated one. I mean, like, if I want the water to exist in the map, it can exist. This is more of a physics issue. Like, I can put water up here anytime I want, no problem. I just drag one of my water thingies and move it up, and it'd be perfect. But the issue is, like, I just drag a water plane and put it wherever I like. But again, it's like, physics would make no sense there. Why in the world would that be a thing? And in order for water to be here, I have to sabotage every other level of the game, which makes no sense. Like, it's just, there's no advantage to it. It's just, it basically gets cut because of the simple fact of, well, one, it's not dilapidated anymore, so there's no logical reason to be flooded. But also, in order for this floor to be flooded, it has to flood the rest of the place, which ruins the rest of the game. I guess you could try to lower the water, but that doesn't really work too well because, you know, it's supposed to be a working factory. I have plenty of plans for a working factory that are way cooler than, oh, look, I have flooded stuff here. I could just have, like, weird cursed stuff that's more solidified or, like, a liquid that's there, too. I don't know. I might not even bother with the instant kill stuff, too. I mean, there's not a huge amount of point for it. Because most Metroidvanias don't have instant kills. I mean, that's definitely a thing, like having the curse be a thing that is, you know, like liquefied. Or I just literally take, copy paste this. And just put it in sections. And then raise it up and something. I could do that. And it could be like a section that way you can't go to. It's like a solidified type of curse stuff. Or even the smoke you can't go into, which I think smoke would be a lot better than this. But it just doesn't really work that well as a concept. I mean, it's already got the darkness issue, where if you're in the dark too long, it kills you. So I can just make points of delaying you in the darkness intentionally to try to kill you, as opposed to having instant kills. I don't know, I've been thinking about it. It does kind of changes things a lot. But I'll have to think of something. If I have it, it won't be in these early rooms anyway. So it's not like a big deal. You also have to remember that, yeah, okay, maybe I don't have it on this floor, but there is, you know, 4 floors above ground and then 2 floors below ground where I can add an instant kill stuff. You know, like I don't got to put it on the first floor. You know, I can put it on these later ones. Or I guess the 5th floor. I don't got to put it on the first floor you encounter. I can hold up a bit and put it somewhere else. At least that's what I'm thinking. I don't need to get too crazy. I like having this stuff here, maybe. I'll think about it. I'm definitely thinking some sort of smoke type of stuff, to be completely honest. Nothing else makes that much sense. What is that? That's broken. I don't want that. I should have picked a cathedral that didn't have broken crap. But I actually wanted things like the pentagram and stuff. And this is like a more of an evil version of one of these anyway. What's this? What this? In the wall, that's what it is. That could be kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'll come up with something. Before I clone this over and over, I should probably make certain it's against the wall. I don't think I'm gonna have these lamps anywhere anymore. Not in this room anyway. Between these lamps and candles, I don't think I need them. Actually, I should probably have candles everywhere. There's magical candles. What, you want me to make these spin? I mean, they can. But I guess why? Because, I mean, like, the wood near the wall? But like this stuff? I was gonna take these out because they don't fit the theme of this location. I guess I could keep them in, but I really wanted things that look like they fit in this room as stuff that acts as a platform, you know? Oh, I'm gonna do that in other rooms. This room, I'm not gonna do that because, like I said, I want this room themed to fit, you know, like a place of worship. And these broken boards don't make any sense in it. Or like messed up boards. I'm gonna redo a bunch of them though. This whole room got ruined. This was a giant pit, and now you don't have that anymore. It's worthless. Yeah, I can do anything I want to them. The thing is, though, is these are possessed, so there's no real difficulty in that because the mechanic behind them is the Hierophant. So, like, if you tried to jump on it, it'll fall. It doesn't have any that kind of thing. It doesn't have anything to really hold you. I can drop here. That'll probably be a different type of thing. Like, I'm gonna have like smashers and rotators and things like that, but it just depends on the area we're talking about. I mean, already if you jump on them, you can clearly see that they ain't letting that happen. And the whole point of the Hierophant is that they become no longer possessed and they just, you know, stay in place. Well, not possessed so much they're controlled. Use the Hierophant and then they behave. I do kind of like the boards because they make pathways, which are kind of fun, and I don't know. Something longer might be kind of nice. Like I say, I'm not going to use it for those. It doesn't fit with the mechanic of the Hierophant. But other stuff can have that. But what I'm going to do is, I think a lot of that stuff's going to exist in the next area. Let me bring up the thing I was going to use. Because the area right below this is where the toys are made. And, I'm just waiting on a sale for this particular thing. This is the old preview video for it, but I'm going to build an entire, I don't want their music just so I don't get hit by copyright. I'm going to build a toy factory out of this stuff here, and this is going to have all kinds of weird rotating and moving stuff. So you're going to see a lot more, like, that's the 2 floors below are going to be a much taller section. There's more verticality because of all these machines being building stuff. And then the 2 floors below it are going to be the shop floors. So, once you beat this floor, which is the floor that nobody's allowed to go to, that's basically relegated to Charlotte and the Toy Maker. It's, yeah, like you can see all the weird smasher things I'm going to have in here and everything like that to work with. This doesn't even close. This is actually the old video. He added a bunch of stuff since then, but for purposes of this, it gives you an idea of what I'm looking to do. I'm also going to use this for the Toy Maker's, you know, workshop, where he, you know, it'll be like on the top where Poppet first shows up. So it's gonna, it has a lot of working stuff and everything. It doesn't really show a lot. He actually added a lot of the stuff actually working, so it's going to be kind of cool. Like, you know, these things could be electrified and could cause you damage if you're hit by them, you know. can definitely see it's going to be very different in the lower floors. This is more like an abandoned type of floor for mostly the toy maker and Charlotte, who wanders around it. And yeah, I mean, look at that. Like, you just imagine I'll have like an area we have to like run through across this kinds of stuff in there. What kind of fun that's going to be. I mean, I'm always up here to hear about another mechanic. There does have to be a progression of mechanics. Like, you can't just put the hardest mechanics you got like right at the start. That doesn't work. And I have a lot of floors to work with, so it's going to get progressively harder as you go. Oh yeah, like there will be ones that are on and off. One of the Taro's Judgment allows you to fire electricity, which will power machines. That was one of the planned Taros. It's not going to be on this floor because, well, it's not going to be on the 5th floor because the 5th floor doesn't have any machines, so it's kind of worthless. Like, it still fires, like, you know, electricity. It's probably going to be a mini one of these. A mini, like, you know, lightning rod thing that she, like, you know, can zot things with, because I like having weird toys for everything. Or, like, weird little stuff she's carrying around. So, yeah, I should be able to zot things to turn them on. It'll work with lights, too. Right now, the Magician kind of does everything, but I'm going to take those powers away from the Magician and add them to things. The Magician's mostly going to maneuver things. So, that's kind of the plan with that. We'll have to see just how much these things split apart. I don't really know whether or not I'm going to use something like one of these or like one of the little, one of those for Judgment. Maybe some combination. I might merge them together to make some sort of monstrosity. Well, half times it's usually just a toy, so. But I'm also going to have more clockwork enemies around this area too. Also, there's one sweet clock. There's like spinning wheel over there too and things like that. There's just a lot going on with this. Problem is, it's like 150 bucks when it's not on sale, and I've seen it as cheap as 50. I'm waiting for a big sale to work on those sections. But for the demo, I do need it for the demo, because the Toy Maker's Workshop is going to have a lot of these things, so. Smaller versions, of course. But, yeah, like, I'm going to hand them under Judgment on these in order to turn the machines on. At first, it'll just be bouncing on the machines that are on. Then to reach things, you'll turn it on. I mean, I could do the wind thingy. We'll have to see. Like, I'll have to find if I have some kind of machine that looks like it would blow wind. Yeah, that's kind of it. Like, I could find some sort of vents and maybe do that. Not a bad idea. Like I say, I don't have access to the pack yet, so I can't tell you what's really in it. So I'm designing stuff based on the packs I do have. I guess I could leave these boards, and I don't hate them. So I guess these are more thematic for what it is. I've only got so much cathedral stuff. I didn't want to add in too much religious stuff, just for like one room. It's really what it is, like one room. It's like, I didn't really add that much for one room. Hello, it seems like a lot. I'm not going to use shells because I have this thing here. Glad to hear it. Yeah, this one's going to be a lot better than the other thing that I made. I'm just going to say it right now. The other thing, you know, it was a concept, but it was meant to be something different. This game was really meant to be something different than what we saw in there, and it definitely shows. A lot of the levels are going to be played around the outsides of rooms, I found, like, because not a lot of things actually fit in the center, but there'll be things like benches and stuff like that. I need to iron out the mechanics completely. And yeah, more fun to design the rooms though now because they're designed to be more for people to use, so it's like sneakier, more interesting how they're built. Put these over here. Almost doesn't look as good. Yeah. No offense taken. I mean, the one in MZ was... It was a prototype. It wasn't there, it wasn't finished, it was missing a lot. But it also lacked, you know, a good way to have puzzles because it was completely random, which is just a mistake that I was making trying to build a randomized game thing. Like, it's like, oh, it's more replayable. Yeah, but nobody wants to play it in the first place. Did not see the level of excitement from people that I was hoping for. So, yeah. This is going to be better. Hopefully. If it's worse, I'm be a little sad. I'm like, how'd that happen? Oh my god. I'm not sure I even want these because they stick out so far. And they kind of block the windows, which I don't like. Maybe if they were smaller. What's the idea on the furniture? Sadly, these ones can't be opened, so they're not built like that, so I can't do that. I was just gonna put cool stuff inside them for people to look at. Just doodads or something. Maybe. I don't know. I'd rather put something interesting. There's certain things like I don't want to make them try to get a key for like 400 years just to discover it was never possible. That just seems kind of weird. Like some things I don't know. Like I like trolling to a point, but there's certain mechanics, like if you establish a certain mechanic and then it's not true in an area, it confuses players. Now, if I had a key that was intentionally dangerous, like almost like a mimic key, that would be interesting. But they still try to get it, but the key attacks them. But I don't know how I'm gonna make a mimic key. That's kind of thing that's a bit much for what I'm doing. I'm not gonna have boards. This is gonna be more jumpy. I'll have him jump over to here, probably. I don't know, maybe. Might sneak something in. I definitely want to have something that looks cool in there, or something that looks ominous. Maybe like a really evil toy. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Have you seen the Annabelle thing? Like the actual, like, you know, Warren's Museum? Let's see. Let me picture this. Click a thing and it brings a bunch of crap. Whatever. Just wanted a picture of the Annabelle in the Warren Museum. Why is it so... I don't want to do a search on the screen just because, you know, I don't want to accidentally show like porn or something on the screen. Looks like this, right? It's just a Raggedy Ann doll. This is the inspiration for all the Annabelle movies, by the way. Ones where she looks like that. Yeah, she's just sitting in this case in there, and it's saying warning, positively not, do not open, anything like that. But what I'm thinking is I'm going to put a later character in there. I'm going to introduce a the original last boss from the first game by having her stuck in one of these, just sitting there watching you. But I'm going to have her head watch you. Like, I'm going to have her head move and watch you as you go by. You can't fight her. You can't get it and nothing. And I'm going to have it in a box with like a seal on it and it absolutely, you know, positively do not open. Yes, so the room is a lot creepier. Yes. Yes. So what I need is something that I can do that with. Because just how much more ominous would this room be if there's just this really creepy looking doll watching you from one of these things? Oh, later on, when you fight her, you spend most of your time running from her because she just is an instant death. Because she's like unstoppable unless you happen to have the World Tarot, then you can fight her. And as part of the best ending, you do actually beat her. You can unlock the last area, but you have to have all 22 tarots to even fight her. So I need something that opens. Well, first off, let's find a cross. It looked just like the Hierophant cross. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I'm gonna make it bigger in a second. I'm gonna rotate it. There we go. As part of the story is that the Toymaker is looking for ways to resurrect his daughter, so he finds all these, you know, weird things and practices a lot of dark magic and science and whatever he can do to try to resurrect her. So just having his failed experiments sitting in here or something would be... Why would I rotate it 20 degrees? You want it like rotated like this 20 degrees? It's not 20, but whatever. Actually, that's practically 20. Maybe. I guess I can see it. I need a different container to hold stuff. That's going to be a challenge. I'm going to make note of that. It's not an old house, that's the thing, though. It's a working toy factory, so I could say that's why it's been reworked. It's nothing's like this place has got some old stuff, but it's been kind of repaired for the most part for her. So I got rid of the dilapidated thing purely because I couldn't make it a real thing. I just didn't have the stuff. At some point, I just had to realize that the assets for what I wanted to make and what existed just weren't there. So I've opted for the much more an actual working toy factory instead. That also gives a reason for there to be like machines to work on things too, so it does help. None of these are going to work that great. I mean, I could probably get away with something like these because it would have like a... But I may have a way to fix the cross. Fixable crosses and throw back. Maybe one of these might be better. These are all my glass display cases, so I'm going to pull them all out and take a look. Sadly, they're one piece though, so I can't have them open. Which is not... I kind of wanted to... What's this? I want to look at that in a second. Oh, I had these pillars too. Oh, maybe I could use those. This one won't work probably, but I'm going to pull everything out that might work. So we'll do like 5 on this. How big is this character really? You pull out a copy of said character. Assuming I bothered to import her, might not have. I don't think I imported the model. Put a sprite here. Sprite's huge. I'm gonna put a placeholder sprite here so I get an idea of how big I think she'll be. It's not ideal, but I'm not gonna open DAZ and try to mess with the model right now. So, you know. I want her to be about 3 times the size of Poppet. After a certain point, they get too big and it's kind of ridiculous. It's not big enough. She'll have legs too, so this is just an approximation of what I want her to look like in this area. That's probably about how big I want her to be. Basically, like, toddler size. The old turns and rotates to watch you the whole time thing. The real model with the head moving would be way better, like I have with Tinka, where she actually watches you, but I need a glass case that's big enough to hold that. If she were smaller, she would fit in this. Or I can make this just bigger in general. Kind of an odd shape, though. There's this one, too. It should probably be easier. Doesn't really go all the way through, though. Of course, I don't think this one does either, does it? It's got like a thing in the way, yeah. If I could just remove this glass in here, it'd be so perfect. This would be like the most perfect box. You put like a cross on this thing, it'd be everything I wanted. But unfortunately, it's just not gonna work. I mean, it literally has the handle and everything. It'd be so good. Decisions. See, there's something neat in here that also gets the job done. There might be. Problem is these ones also are kind of crap too. These are all for outdoors and they don't really have windows you can even see through. All like solid meshes, you can't even change it. I guess I get stuck with one of these. Seems so much less cool. Let's do this to get her out. I guess this could be setting on top of something. This would be so cool. Is there anything I can do to alter this so it looks better? Gotta be a way. Can I remove the material entirely? No, because it's also the front of it too. That disappoints me greatly. Like a double door thingy with this. Oh, I just want to go to the bottom, but shift in. There we go. Let's get this off here. Maybe just that. I'll stick with this one. I think this makes the most sense, or even the single one. Oh, the single one was this one, so this is the only one that actually fit her that would probably make the most sense. Unless I put this on something, it would have to be like, this. Out some weird angled one. Eh. I don't want to use a big one for it. I think I'm gonna put one of these here. I'm gonna put this in the center here. No, but it's too big. I guess not, actually. I'm gonna put this here and put something underneath it. Probably some pillars or something to hold it. I'd use these pillars. These pillars are much nicer. Later on, you're going to find that this character is no longer in here. And you're going to be like, uh-oh. One of the neatest things I've found you can do in this, you can actually just put this as a negative and it'll reverse the way it's... It'll draw it the other direction. Oh, that didn't seem to do what I was hoping for, so I think I picked the wrong one. Was not intended. I was hoping to get like a slightly different look, but there we go. That was the right direction. So this way they're both off to the sides here. Weirdly enough, I think I'm going to reverse these. Camera's at a weird number now. I don't even know how that happens. Or whatever. Okay. So. No, just up, thank you. I wanted to look at what this was. Oh. Oh. Oh, I like this. Daddy like. Yes. Maybe Daddy likes these more than those. Maybe. Yeah, well, that was a thing that happened. Might still use these little pillars. I don't know. They're perfect for jumping on things, so maybe. What, you want a platform on top of this thing? I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have a platform on top of it. Have people jump around to various things. I was just building my monstrosity first. They have to be less wide. Come on, these lines. I don't know if I want a table per se, because I want this to be walkable for people. But maybe they could extend out some. I mean, there is the option of just a complete table. Do I like that? At that point, do I just put a table under? Like, that'd be kind of the thing. It's like, well, why not just have a table in front of her if you're gonna do that? Which I'm not a huge fan of. Then there's the, I just expand them out. Like this. Which is probably what I would do, honestly. Not terrible. Makes her to stay at the wall. That's actually less expanded out than I thought it would be. Not sure I like that as much. It'll give a small space in front of it for her. So Poppet can jump up there and take a look. This gives kind of a table so she can jump out in front of it and, like, you know, take a look. So I force her to go in front of it and have it watch her. Which I honestly think is probably what I want to do because I want to introduce the character, but not make the character relevant yet. Then you're just going by and you just see this character watching you. I like these things for platforms. They're so good. I almost want to use them in here. But they don't necessarily match super well. Of course, I also use these ones, and these didn't match either. These might be better, because they're much more ornate than this crap. Because usually I just stack them. And they look like, you know, this instead, which is probably better. I can always expand one so it's a little taller. And it goes to the ceiling. I delete this one. That's not too bad. Obviously needs to go a little higher, but I'll expand this one and then just put it up a bit. Along those lines. Is that better? I don't know if I like that better. I think it's too busy. Right? Like, it's super ornate and this is more somber. I don't think I like it. I'm gonna window real fast. It's so hot in this room. 1 second. Yeah, this is definitely... I'm not feeling it. Even if I recolored it, I just don't think it... I'd rather have it. Ample pillar? I don't know, that just seems structurally unsound. Right? Like, because this thing is huge and looks like it weighs a lot. And if you just put one in the center and then, like, a board spreading it out effectively, which I could put a board over, it wouldn't be hard. I don't know. I don't think I like that better at all. Just on the grounds of I just don't think it would fit perfectly for holding it up. Let's see. Well, the point of having this exact reference... Oh, sorry, I have it wrong. Right. It's actually positively do not open. I've picked these words for a very specific reason. And that's because for the original Warren thing like that, that's what's written on the thing for Annabelle. Warning, positively do not open. So, I'm making a reference to Annabelle. Which is the exact reason for doing this. Is there a multi-line option? Don't cast shadow. No. And this can't have a... Okay, I have to do multiples. I'm gonna shrink its size anyway first and get an idea of where I want it. I might not even put it exactly as they wrote it anyway. Where is the size? I guess it just scales based upon this instead. Fair enough. Should have been like size though, right? Whatever. 3D text is 3D. I can do that. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a little sign in front of her. And it's gonna, I'm gonna duplicate this. Edit, rename. Warning, positively. All right. On this one, just that. And then the bottom one here, this one will be do not open. Now it'll be do not open. Oh yeah, I'm gonna change the coloring. So, you know, having various other colors too. You can change the materials. I could also paint it in blood on there. That's an idea too. Okay. I might put it on a sign in front of it instead of just floating there. We'll see. I probably will. So, could have missed a bit as well. Okay, this particular material is terrible. You can see I don't like it already. But instant plastic it. That's not terrible either. I might make an emissive version too, so you can just read it. I don't know if I want. I could make it glow. I don't hate it. I do think I want a little sign below it. I need to push it back, obviously, but. If I have an easy sign, I could just make one too. That might happen as well. Probably just make my own sign. I kind of want something more ornate than that, and I don't really want to make one if I don't have to. But all too often, I end up having to make stuff. How it works. Ventilation shafts, very important. A stand for swords. Huh. I'll pull it out for a second so I remember it's there. Also statues I could have too. Do a painting. Maybe I just do a regular sign. I think sign's special. Yeah, but I did find a bunch of stuff that might interest me. So I'm just gonna take something really boring because it doesn't have to be the most crazy looking thing. I prefer a cube. It's just so it shows both sides. That's all I really care about. You know, they're the ones that do that, so. Like someone just wrote it on a little sign in front of it. I kind of rotate the sign a little bit like this. Pull it out, grab this. How much is this rotated? Negative 11.25, perfect, perfect. With this. And then... You just want to grab the other text, but you can't see it. Perfect. Oh, wait. Because I did it that way, I have to do it slightly different. Just make it 0.5, and then I do it like this. Align center. Now I'm aligning center at that point. I'm not doing it either way. I thought it would just magically move the way I wanted. Spoiler, it did not. The whole point is to make it mirror Annabelle as much as possible. I want the reference to be obvious. They had it on a little card in front of her. As you can see. I could write it exactly the same way. I don't know. But I'm definitely trying to ape the Annabelle thing as much as possible. I could use that font. I almost don't like these because they seem emissive. Yeah, I'm just trying to ape Annabelle. Also, there's no windows in this room because this room is smack dab in the center of a bunch of other rooms. So it's like in the center of the building. It's kind of annoying because I actually want this like area to be slightly larger than it is, but I can't. I kind of make the floors too big, I think. In hindsight, they were way too big. I'll think about it. I do like this, though. I don't like where that cross is. I don't want blocking her face. I want you to walk by and... I might shrink to how thick those are, too. Yeah, so I'll have you jump across into here in this area. You'll see this setup. Good idea to have this expanded out more, definitely. And then you'll continue on the room, but you'll watch, and I may even have her talk as you walk by. No, I'm not gonna have her talk. I'm gonna have her just be ominous. Right? There's no need to have a character like that talk. Just having it watch you's gotta be more menacing than talking. Apper? Not what I was looking for, but you know, thanks. Still not feeling it. Some things can tile, other things not so much. I was hoping there was something really easy. But I get the sneaking suspicion I'm just gonna have to find something else that tiles that looks a little better than that. Usually when I want something that tiles, I go to these ones there because they already have a bunch of stuff that tiles. And I'm just looking for something that looks like it'd be okay paper. I might get away with cloth. Canvas. My problem with white is it's so bright that it looks not menacing. Well, that's definitely better. I'm gonna move all these little statues. I just pulled them out for looks, but to see what it looks like. I might put symbols on the sides of this. I don't hate it. Oh yeah, Bugaboo. She's it was like the first, like when I released that game jam game a million years ago. If you got through all 10 levels, I have no idea. Actually, there was like 11. I have no idea how so many levels he appeared, and you couldn't actually beat her. All you would ever be able to do is, you know, cause her to vanish for a little while, and then she would return again. You had to successfully. It was just collect all the tarot cards at the time. Simple game jam idea. Never really took it that far in RPG. Not feeling this cross. It's I need it there because the real Annabelle thingy had it, as evidenced by this. What this needs is creepy lights. Paint. Not that color. Maybe I might do glowing eyes. I can't do it on this because it's just a picture. I'd have the real model in there, but so I can't change the material over eyes, which I might do. Maybe. The problem with the light on the front is then it turns it all so red. I don't know. Like, I worry about that. Give it a try. I almost don't know if I want to have a light in here so much as I want to have a light. Isn't that dark room, is it? Do I have the actual? Let me no, it's actually as dark as it's supposed to be. Not very dark. I almost don't like this curse mechanic where it lights things up purple. Like, someone suggested it in like one of the Twitch chats, and I just never. I tested it, and I mean, it does help make the game more playable, but it really screws with the atmosphere, making it not very neat. You know? I'm gonna turn it off for a second, see if I like it better. Just as it is now, well, I don't like it. I've been so 50-50 on it the whole time. It's so hot in this room. I don't know why it's so hot in here. Maybe it's the drinking. Not bad. me just find references to this slide. That's the best way to do it. What's going on here? Thanks for the follow. Cardinal system. Busy puzzling away at the best way to represent Annabelle in here without actually it being really Annabelle, but eh. Get curse light. Perfect. This thing here we go. Set intensity. Set the intensity to just 0 for now. I just want to turn the curse light off and see how it looks. I don't know why it's locked off there. I don't know, I'm kind of thinking I might like that better. I like when they don't move or don't have any gravity and able to just kind of float there. It's weird. Maybe that's just the emissive lights of those windows, even though the windows don't actually lead anywhere, they were just set up to look kind of like windows, but... Ah. Maybe it's more ominous and better if there's just one, and it's like, you know, a light like her, like they trying to keep her in this one spot. Also, some of these little stupid statues, by the way, I literally put them here to test them out. Oh, well, maybe not that one. That statue looks a little, maybe not Twitch appropriate. I realize it's an actual statue from a museum, so I don't know, whatever. Maybe it is. But just in case it's not. Maybe I'll make a big statue here. I do have to actually include stuff for her to jump around on, so I probably don't want to get too crazy. Nah. I've decided this is going to be more like the Warren Museum. Like a mini Warren Museum. I'm going to run with it as hard as I can. Also, I'm going to try building the stuff and see if it makes the lighting better. Sure. It helps out, but no one tell you different. I got someone asking me about community lighting in the Discord they joined today. Gosh. I recently tried to pawn it off on Asuka, and she didn't want it. Couldn't give it away. I don't have any desire to update it. I mean, like, I don't use it. I don't care. But there are people who are still using RPG Maker who probably still want it, I guess. It already does enough what it needs to do. Like, there isn't a whole lot of upgrades you could really make for it. I mean, there's some upgrades you can make, I guess. But... I was actually really close to making actual shadows based on pictures, too. You know, something that's just built into UE anyway. Like, let me reinvent the world. Way cooler when you reinvent the wheel. At least have null properties. Now what has a null property? There's like a cross here that has a null property. What? Why is there a null property cross here? Oh. Okay, so apparently these have come back. That's the other thing. It's like this glass almost lights up too, right? Like, have you noticed that? Like, it's not actually dark. There's got to be a way to fix that. Because that makes no sense. Yeah, there we go. I'm definitely going to run with the Warren Museum idea on this, though. Okay, so this is going to be here, and I want the jumping to land in here at some point. But I also want some lights here. Honestly, I should probably do it like this, and then have one of these lights here, maybe? Or even a table lamp, just something that looks like it's keeping the curse at bay so she doesn't get out. No? Yep. Preview lighting. I need more emissive lights. I could use more steampunky lights. Maybe. That might be okay. Make it more center point of the room. I'm a little worried about too many lights, though. That is a problem that I'll have, because if you have too many lights, you can't refill your curse, and that's a problem. Like, your sanity comes back, but so what? I could have just one light on here. Problem with these lights is they kind of block where you're going to jump, so I'm going to have to basically have it where you would jump to somewhere else. Actually, I have it. Let's do some ideas here. First of all, let's make it where I can see again. Because assigning levels where you can't see is the worst thing in the world. Oh, that's right. These have no top on them. I'm not going to use it because I don't want to make one right now. What's going to go over here, I think, is the question. This door is pretty far over. I was going to move this door over, so maybe I shouldn't put this here. I kind of wanted a straight shot, so this way you would go through and basically walk through the room, and then you could opt to go to this, you know, worship place over here. I almost think this needs like a fountain over here or something that's kind of cool. Hey, Blinded, how's it going? I'm making Annabelle, apparently. Yeah, there's a way to make a glow only. But I have to adjust, like, you make one of the materials glow. Is what you're doing. Probably the easiest way to do it. I'll just take one of these real fast. This is the dopiest way to get this job done. Actually, let's do Nate. Yeah, we're drawing attention. Yeah. So let's do this. And instead of this crappy light, I went inside. I'm cursed forever, by the way. Just so you know. You take this. I'm gonna go to the instant canvas thing. Go over here. Let's take one of the emissive ones. I like the plastic glossy ones that are emissive, sure. We'll call this Bugaboo. And then we're going to change this to... Maybe the option change the colors, right? Yeah. Most brain dead simple method possible. I save that, and then we take this and we swap it. I change this back and do this. There you go. Nice. Got your ambience and stick people, very important. There you go, there's your ambience right there for this character. It does kind of go through the bottom a bit, but whatever. Yeah. I don't know if I like these giant lights here. They're just so much. You know, like, there's not enough darkness, but at the same time, I do want the ability to recover here. Kind of. The problem with these lights is while you're in them, you recover sanity, but you can't recover curse. But because these two cover the entire platform here, if you ran out of the curse power, you wouldn't have any way to recover it without jumping back down into the darkness. Which kind of sucks, you know? So, yeah. I wish to not do it that way. Just had the curse be really strong near her. Well, the reason I wanted to have like a platform thing there, so you have to walk by her, so you see that she's, you know, watching you, just so you don't miss this sign thing, because otherwise this is what it would look like. I mean, it's okay. It's not like amazing. It's just here, you know, it's just down here. It's just kind of watching you, but I don't know, you missed the whole joke for the sign, which kind of sucks. I do want to have various, you know, cursed artifacts in this room. Like I say, this will be like a Warren Museum knockoff, just for funsies. Or at least a little bit. Yeah, like you won't notice it, whereas now you will notice this character here. This is important because later on she will be an antagonist you will have to worry about. Much later, but it's fun to introduce her now and then have her break out. Like what I'm probably going to do is about the midpoint ritual. And I'm going to have, like, you know, when it goes wrong, I'm going to have it, like, you know, cause a bunch of shaking ability and maybe break the glass so she can get out. And then from that point on, she's a problem. Yeah, that's just it. Like, he's looking for ways to resurrect her, so I'm going to put a lot of stuff there. Oh, yeah, don't worry about this. This, like I said, this is not the end thing there. This is just a picture because I don't have the model in. I'm gonna put the model in later, and then it won't cut off at all. Right now, it's just a picture that's rotating to watch you. What I'm gonna do is... do what Tinka's doing, where she watches you. Without the flying, of course, but you see how Tinka watches you with her head? I'm gonna do that. But you can't do that with a picture. You have to actually have the model in, and I don't have the model in, so... it does kind of make it a problem. I could put the model in, I could do all that, but then I'm gonna have all the issues with it, and I don't want to do that right now. I'm designing a room right now. Playing with Daz is kind of debatable. My crazy steampunky world that I need to finish. But that's a whole other story. I gotta fix the dialogue thing, but something's wrong with it. Yeah. So that's why I put her in there like that. I just wanted something to see what she would kind of look like. I mean, the model's obviously going to be better. And I need the model because we're going to fight her later. Yes, yes. She's just greeting and waiting. This material is emissive. And I don't know if I like that. Same with these two. Oh, it's the same one. I'm actually tempted to just completely remove the emissive. Just break it. Okay, that they look way worse without the emissive. I do want a bit of emissive, but not much. Because at the end of the day, it does actually generate light. Not light that would affect anything, per se, because, you know, I have to actually code it so the light does anything useful. But, you know, it's a little less good. Just enough that they look okay. There's really just only not a whole lot of that. I mean, it's a lot better. I like this better because it's got more color to it. These just seem so bright. Supposedly they're from the same one, but that doesn't seem true. I see. Oh yeah, that's way better looking. Now they just have a nice look to them. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a thing. Like you aren't gonna see the scene where she breaks out, but you're gonna discover that she's missing, and I'll probably put cracks on the glass or something like that, or like, you know, like a hole or something, or I'll replace it with something. I'll find a way to make it work. So that when you come back, she's not here anymore. Maybe someone will reference that she's escaped or something. I definitely want her to see you at this point so you know she knows to look for you later. Oh yeah, I like those windows way better. Not so bright. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely thinking of the cross being, you know, not where it's at. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking that's pretty good. I'll have to look for other stuff in the War Museum and a good way to fake it with my own versions of stuff. Some of the War Museum stuff is from toys that are too new, so I can't really use them. If you've ever seen Annabelle 3, they have like a lot of the War Museum stuff in it and like the legends behind it, and that's like super fun. It is everything I want. I mean, I'm not going to put them all in here because, again, like they're not the right things for me necessarily, but they're kind of cool. Okay. Let's make it so I can see. Let's say I do this over to here instead. The Hierophant room got like 1,000 times cooler. Anyone who saw the Hierophant room, like I was working on it when it first started, it was like a handful of like these cases just in a weird shape with a board on top and some of these boards going between them. Like a little tiny, like this little tiny thing here was here, like with the statue and some candles. That was it. This was like the most boring room. Now it's got like this whole story bit and everything. It's like, times have changed, but in a good way. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more toys that existed then. It's not even that early because basically we're looking at like the late 1920s. This is what I had to go with because of the assets I have available. Like originally I was going to go with like the 1890s, but it really just came down to a lot of things weren't prevalent enough to really make it. So the plan is to do these. I probably don't need quite as many. I'm putting extras in for the testing purposes, and then I'll probably take some out. I do want some of these lights. Potentially, I might have some means of getting up higher. We'll definitely have to think about it, but the goal is first of all just to have a playable fun thing, and I can always swap out stuff. I could just have like, you know, boards or something and do that. I could also have these higher up too. I kind of want them all about the same height. I do kind of like them better inside of the pillars though, where it's just like metal sticking out of the pillar. Maybe not though. Whatever it is has to be pretty high because you could jump from this onto something like this if it was down here. So it needs to be higher up. So I probably want like these kinds of cases here. And I'm probably going to ship them from one area to the next. Like they're going to go here, 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 and onto this. But then from here, I'm thinking maybe up to here. I don't hate it. Maybe the boards for a little more fun. Just to make life exciting. It is the Hierophant room, so I'm going to excessively use the Hierophant mechanic in here and nowhere. Other places I'll use it, but not on this level. I want them to understand what the Hierophant is. Maybe Maybe a pipe or something would be kind of fun to go through too. I like going through pipes. Like this, maybe. You jump onto that. You can probably just jump straight on over too, for that matter. But you might need to recover your curse at that point. I don't hate it. I could have a mini pipe system to go behind here. Problem with that is that the pipes have to be at an angle Poppet can get through. Oh yeah, I've got gems available. Yeah, the collectible gems. All right, well, you can get a weird scale issue going on. That's weird. Come on. Daddy would like to make a copy. On rotate, that's why I can't make a copy. I'm smart. I shall also hold Alt. I'm definitely gonna have to adjust all of the light things here. But yeah, these, you know, floating gems I can, you know, grab. I'll probably put some there like that. But I also need are actually places to fight. Here she can get her sanity back. I think I want to fight up here. You need about this kind of space to actually move around on that, actually fight, because this is probably not enough of a place to fight. It's also kind of weird because it's kind of stuck in the wall. I don't want to fight in front of her because that's no fun. I want them to see her and be like, oh no. I could have two of these next to each other. That would be a potential fighting thing. Well, then they kind of get caught on the lip of this, though, is the issue. So by that standard, just too big for what's how these are, though. So probably like 5 or something. So it fits. Yeah. I wish this came out from the wall more, because now I want to go behind it. So out of curiosity, can I jump on the light? Oh, that's right, the collision on top of these isn't right. Simple collision. I guess I could see about that. I don't. You can't really go inside them because there's no way to open them, so I'm not too worried about that. Like 32, 20. About midway on this is pretty much about where I find the sweet spot is. Never mind. Some of these things are too complicated and it causes problems because, you know, Poppet being so tiny, she has to walk on that crap, so. That's probably good enough. Actually, let's change the collision type too. Oh my gosh, look how many things are on here. Why? This project defaulted. See, I don't see why she can't just jump on these lights, so I think that's my new plan. I see why she can't jump on those lights, because the collision's all over the place. I highly doubt I'm going to get away with the crap collision on this, but we'll try the halfway method first before we, get too resource intensive. Close enough. For everybody else, that would be close enough. But since I want Poppet to be able to jump on this light, it's not close. Not close. It's not what we're doing. Bit of an impasse there. Decent enough we can sell the 2D assets and all that? Or make a game, huh? I mean, to be completely honest, game dev is a gold rush. So, in a gold rush, who makes the most money? The people mining for the gold, or those who sold the tools to the people who are mining for the gold? So in reality, if you want to make money, you should sell assets. Games themselves take forever to make, and your odds of success are low. My advice is literally make assets, and then, if you want to make a game, cool, but it's probably not going to be as good as you want it to be. Guess I'm stuck using the other collision here. I mean, I should probably be making assets too, for all intents and purposes. Like, I can make a bunch of 2D stuff, it'd be great, but whatever. Might still. Actually, I've made more money off the few assets I did make than I think I made like $10. I hadn't advertised or anything. They really weren't that great. I thought about making them. I just never got it. Didn't find that fun. I'm not jumping all the way back up just to test this. Thank you. Some things seem like a lot of work. Not about that thug life. No. That's just awkward. I don't know if I like this at all. Because you'll jump up on here, and then you try to jump down to here, and you just can't. They're very easy to fall off of. I don't know how I feel about that. I worry about things that don't feel good. As far as when you're doing them, like, it's like, I feel like you've been cheated. And this feels like a moment where you've been cheated. Yeah, like you might as well double dip, use the assets for your own stuff, and yeah, it's just not a bad plan, really. I don't like this plan that I'm doing here, though. Terrible, but I definitely think that people should probably focus on making money in this industry versus anything else. Okay, that is just the most miserable experience. We are not doing this. I thought it'd be kind of cool. I thought you'd kind of do it, but you just kind of fall off it. If I moved it farther out, maybe. Even then, it would look weird. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. Be back in like a minute. Bye. Alright. Game on and all that. Game on. Yes, indeed. I do like having light sources here, but they look like... and they play lame. So... let's get some pipes. Maybe I can pipe dream my way through it or something. I don't know. You can use a little pipes. Everyone's little pipes. That's a fairly bigger pipe, but whatever. We can fix it to be a little pipe. Well, first of all, is that big enough Poppet can still fit in it? How small can I make this? Question. Not that small. I was considering making the pipes able to go through here. I could just have Poppet jump up here too. Feels weird, man. I don't like it. I mean, it would work. But you also have the camera clipping against this crap, and you have to start to deal with that. And then they can jump into this stuff here, and it causes problems. And I don't think I want them up this high. I think I would prefer they knock it up here. Which means I basically want them to be in this lower section. So what if instead I'd be more of a jerk with these? And create a pathway over here. Something else. If you fall in this room, it's gonna suck. It's really gonna suck. I'm actually worrying that I'm making it too long because it's gonna be kind of ridiculous. On the other hand, by the time you get to this room, you've already spent about, I think, a good 25 minutes in the game, so, you know, whatever. There could be a board that goes over the door to another one of these. I don't know about that. Definitely gonna send him over to here, probably. These are probably gonna get replaced out by other things, but for purposes of just testing, they're gonna... not be there. I'll process and they'll be here. This light's a really awkward location. I don't know if I like it. Whatever, we'll see if it's beatable. And then add some other mechanics to make it more interesting later. Maybe even mix some boards in just to make it better. Because the boards are a little more... it's nice to have a bit of a break from the same monotonous crap. You know? The thing is, at this point, it's not even that the Hierophant you need to worry about. It's actually just your sanity running out because you're in the darkness for too long. I can actually space these so much more than I'm doing. Whatever. I'm pretty certain from here you can just jump to there. I'm gonna double check that. Could, it's not very comfortable though. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to shrink this a little bit. And what I want is when you fall, I want you to be able to go behind this. Right? I can also hide a secret back there or something too. I'm definitely going to have to play around with that a bit there. This is going to be not perfectly symmetrical, or I'm going to shrink it a bit, even more. I don't believe I need this one. I think you can easily make this jump. I'll fix the camera so it doesn't bang off the walls later. Tried to remake the walls anyway. It's a little awkward back there, but I think once I fix the camera, it won't be too bad. They pull it even farther out from the wall at that point. That makes this jump way better. Sometimes you really just gotta do, like, you know, if a jump feels really awkward, it's usually good to fix it. Like, it shouldn't be the camera that they're fighting. That I don't like. That should actually be beatable. Let's see how well I can do this jump after drinking a bunch of alcohol and it being like 7:16 a.m. All of these things will make it only that much easier. On a keyboard, no less, because I haven't really set up very good controls for a regular controller yet. Keyboard and mouse is all I need. I just lean into the jump, it'll make it easier. I forgot I could just move the camera in. And there's a sanity light here, so you're okay. It's pretty easy on that. God help you if you jump before you turn this back on, though. Can you kind of see over there? Nice, nice. Oh, these don't need to be anywhere near like this. Well, that was awful. I thought it'd be easier to jump on this, but I think this thing up here might need to go. To be 100% honest, I just don't think it fits very well. I remember this one because it sticks out, so you can't have that. Could do this though. Let us restart from the midpoint. Yeah, the curse doesn't really run out that much. Might need to increase the cost or something. I don't know. Probably do. I'm being pretty generous with it though, just in case. Make it beatable, then make it more challenging. Could be a difficulty thing. Curse drains this much faster. So if I make game journalist mode, I don't have to worry about, you know, making it too, like, you know, easy, because I just have the easy mode for them. Oh, you intentionally want to get your curse back, probably over here, I imagine. That's one of the downsides of the curse mechanic I'm not sure I like, is that, yeah, you can make it drain faster, but then people have to recover it too, and it's... Waiting is never a fun mechanic. So you can just skip this area over here if you want. Good to know. I'll have to put something out there to make you want to get to it. You can still read it. This board needs to go over a little bit. This destination's not okay. Like the ending part I don't like very much. I know I can make these harder, but this is the first room where you learn about the Hierophant, so it's not like I want it to be the most OP, ridiculous room ever. It does need to be not awful. I think I just have to forsake that one, make it where you can reach it easily. And on the sides, I'm gonna do this so they match, and I'm gonna do this other stuff on that one. It's just so awkward to reach otherwise. You actually don't even need this. You can also make it harder by not putting them next to each other, so you can't just step onto one. Which plays out less good in my mind. Oh yeah, I haven't even bothered to put the collision on this wall yet, apparently. Nice. That explains why the camera just goes through it. Okay, I need to redo a bunch of walls since they got moved up to the 5th floor. Yeah, I don't hate this room. It's trying to be pretty good. It's way better than the trash it was. I'm gonna have to add all the stuff so you can grip stuff. That's always gonna be fun. Like I build a whole level, then I have to add that just so you can grab all the things, because otherwise you can't grab anything. There's gonna be a lot more fights near the bottom area. The Hierophant's gonna be here, so I need a way to get to the Hierophant. There's no lights over here. That's kind of awkward. I guess technically if you stand by these, that's enough light. How hard do I want it to get to the Hierophant? I mean, do I want it to really be that tough, or do I want it to hand out? I don't know why I'm moving that over. That's yeah, this room I'm becoming very happy with. Like certain rooms I'm pretty happy with. Like I'm really happy with the carnival room, like basically the full room. I partially like the magician room. I like this room a fair amount now. I'm probably going to keep improving it later. Like this is unlikely to be the final form of this room, but you know, I think I'll make it so that this is also like the same key that is open to this too, so you can go back if you want. Hallway town key. Yeah, I think I already did. But you get this key. And the plan is you backpedal through all this stuff back into this room. And then you use this puzzle thing to get up to this here, go through, go back through the pipe maze, but instead this time go this city thing here, which I'm probably going to change this out. I don't like this. This is a relic of a different design that it's not going to use, probably. But you get through all this crap. Then you get to the next broken room, which was Hallway Town, which was supposed to be, you know, this giant pit thingy. But now that there's no water because it's on the 5th floor, I can't use that. So this needs a redesign because of it. End of the tea party, where I'm going to have, it's like a cafeteria thing like that, and I'm going to have you battle against this guy here who's going to basically teleport between 4 tables, and he's going to throw food at you and summon monsters to whichever table you're at. I have not programmed that yet. This is my preliminary version of the room. It has a lot of work ahead of it. And then the second hallway, I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. Like I had to redo this room as well. The escape room, which sucks. Washroom is, I don't even know, it's gonna be an optional room. Gotta redo this room too. A bunch of stuff got messed up by simply removing the obstacle where the flooded floor below it, so I could actually have, you know, an instant kill if you didn't have the ability to traverse water. I mean, she is a patchwork doll, so she would pretty much, in all reality, just soak up water and sink to the bottom. That would be literally her entire, what would happen to poor Poppet. Much to my sadness, poor Poppet would not make it. It would be the end of Poppet. But I even programmed the Emperor, which is supposed to protect you from stuff like that, like from like a lot of the instant kill stuff. But with that being taken out, I don't know what the Emperor is going to do now. The Emperor is going to need new clothes for this one. I had to make at least a joke once. It's very important. That good enough for Poppet to grab? Find out. Oh. This will forever be the track that reminds me of the other game that I stopped making midway through. Due to it just having no logical story for what I was making. Gameplay wise, it was fun though, so I definitely want to remake the game to be probably an Unreal Engine, because it's just easier to make cool levels in Unreal Engine. think I just need to make it way bigger. Honestly, I could make the other game to a party game. Since you were trying, like, the world was being disintegrated off by and you were trying to rescue, like, pieces of a puzzle to open the level to the next, open the portal to the next area by dragging them along a little path behind you. Why are you not grabbing this? I don't understand. This is the same thing you've been grabbing everywhere else. Now you just don't like it here? It's sticking out pretty far. Oh, I know it could probably be the problem. Vision. Yeah. Wonder why I can't grab it. I know, maybe it's, you know, this weird thing I put on top of there that, you know, it can't possibly be that the collision is a box around it. Sometimes box. Hi, Trending Cog, how's it going? I've been Pikachu'd. Like a pig Pikachu? What am I even looking at? I don't even understand anymore. The world doesn't even make sense to me. It's like 7:29 a.m. and I've been drinking, so don't question it. Nothing makes sense at this point. I'm playing with dolls. Cursed dolls. Making references to the Warren Museum. Trying to jump into invisible blocks. Not question my invisible block fit. Or do we? I probably should question it, honestly. Project default, perfect, perfect. Excellent. It's going pretty good, actually. I started out the night by trying to test out a project that was clearly, it's gonna take a lot of work if I want to use that. Then I restructured an entire room to be much better, and now it's looking pretty good. This is obviously too tall, but yeah, let's see, let's make it what it's supposed to look like. Oh, always fun. Performance. Gotta love performance. Are you using Unreal Engine as well, or are you using a different engine? This is my reference to Annabelle. Excellent, excellent. 5's wonderful. Yeah, this is my reference to Annabelle. I snuck it in here for this room. The room to introduce this mechanic, the Hierophant, which uses tarot cards. The Hierophant unpossesses stuff temporarily. You can move on it. You don't have the Hierophant active. They throw you. This is what happened when one day I put some like boards on a wall to like block it off, and I had the gravity off on them, and the boards floated away, and pretty soon it turned into this mechanic. I gotta add collision to this wall. The camera is just bouncing off it. Oh yeah, it's fun. There's a lot of questionable things going on at the moment, but I should probably just add the collision to this wall and get it over with. It has no collision. It's just literally forgot all about it. I'm like, oh, cool. I just had a box, actually. Cool. Yeah, I did the game animation sample so I could have all the traversal stuff, and I have to add this on top of everything. I was trying to I don't know if you've seen the AGLS project before.
No.
I'm just gonna mute this person's video so I don't get copyright claimed or something, but see this one here, like yeah, the vault is great. Like this thing here costs like $10, right? I'm just gonna move up there like that, and they did all this movement things like that, the swimming, all that crap. Sure. All the traversal things. And you know, it's pretty cool. Like it's got like all the Uncharted types of things there, guns too, and everything like that. Rope thingy. Kind of got a weird throw, but sure, whatever. Swinging mechanics, all that stuff. And fall damage, sure. Binoculars, things like that. All of the things you'd expect, you know, plus a bunch of stuff like that. Anyway, I picked it up. It was like $10 if I joined the guy's Patreon. I was like, for $10, I just want the animations alone, like, if nothing else. Okay, if you try to put your own stuff on top of that, you really start to appreciate how simple the game animation sample really is. Oh my god. But yeah, the game animation sample, like, did you see that they actually include crouching? Like, the animations are there for it, and all you have to do is add them yourself, like, to the stuff that's already there. Take this down and see if I can still jump on it. I have so many things running on my computer. This has gotten so much slower. Yeah, like, they already provided all the animations for the crouching, so I just quickly added those instead, and now, like, yeah, like, these are going to be available in 5.5. They're already there. I don't understand. What are we doing? I can just jump up. That's interesting. I thought I had to grab it. I think she's vaulting it. I mean, you can kind of do that. I sorta need to make where I can see again. Designing levels in the dark is tough. Not something I do unless ambiance is a thing. Yeah, it could definitely use a lot of extra stuff. I just like 0.15. Maybe I'll remember to uncheck this thingy so it won't scale the whole thing. Oh yeah, it does kind of expect a surface. I mean, like, you could have something and it'll fall over it. Yeah. I'm just adding it so this way people can, it's a little more friendly for jumping, and it's kind of more entertaining to watch the little doll climb up onto things. I thought about adding more stuff, like I picked up that $10 thing to test out, but I think the reality of the matter is some of those aren't, it's not that great. Like, I don't know. I have all these things that help me, like, you know, get around already because the character effectively has, like, magic. By various tarots, like, one of the other tarots, like, I'm putting in the demo, the Fool Tarot, which is like a giant sucker she uses as a weapon. Like the sucker you would, you know, suck on, like the candy. But she has the Magician, which lets her manipulate objects at a distance. So armed with that, you can actually just, you know, climb your way up to these kinds of things. Try to, anyway. The whole game's meant to be played in the dark, and being in the shadows is bad for her, so it does matter, but, you know, with things like this to traverse, I don't necessarily need extra mechanics for moving. I have these kinds of fun things. I really want people to feel like they're playing a tiny doll. Also, I've failed that jump again. Anyway. I need to work on these so they don't have issues as much either, but... Oh, actually, I'm gonna turn the lights off first, because this looks way better at night. I have some combat already programmed in and everything, it's okay. This particular version of the project, I don't know, on and off for I think about like 7 or 8 months. The thing is I work a full-time job and run a business, so it's not like I'm working on this full-time, if you know what I mean. It hasn't really been as long as you might think. Just like, oh, after work I got some time, let me do this. Woohoo! Yeah, like, if you leave the building, you're powered by a curse that comes from the building itself, like, you know, or like something happened in the building. I need to work on that. But I still let you kind of go outside, and you can use this in order to go into other windows. But being in the darkness too long causes you to lose your sanity. You slowly die. But you can see that, you know, you got fun places to sneak around. I have lots of warrens to run through and stuff. Put some enemies in places for me to, what I'm gonna eventually do. They're not actually ready yet. I'm making all the different tarot weapons. This is like her Fool tarot. So it's yeah. I don't know. Now that I'm actually starting to work on a little more, I kind of dicked around with that because I was kind of a casual dev. I just did it for funsies. But I don't know. I originally started the project actually a couple years ago, but I ended up with a bunch of health problems and I just had to completely stop doing all of it because the doctors were like, ah. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, these are from a couple of the circus ones there. The sucker is one of the epic assets. I'm going to change out the sucker though. I thought it was okay, but I actually have something I think I like better. I just haven't done it yet. I have so many stupid assets to play with. All the Daz thingies. The giant candy weapon. You can bonk things with it. For some reason, the way it displays is a little weird. Yeah, I just want to, like, you know, I want it to be kind of humorous, but at the same time have a bit of a, maybe like a macabre type of edge to it. Like, you know, like a Coraline type of edge, or maybe like a Nightmare Before Christmas kind of thing. It's not horror, but there is some horror things going on. But a lot of her weapons I want to be candy and stuff like that, so... Or like, you know, little toys you would find. Like, I have temporary menus. They're not, like, designed for the game at all, but... One of the ones lets me switch the various tarots that I have. What was it? Oh, the Hanged Man. It's one of the little bubble wands. It fires bubbles. See if I program the bubbles in for these. It puts little bubbles on them. They get stuck. It's supposed to be bigger than that, but unfortunately I guess I didn't include on those ones. Actually, I can't program these enemies to get by the bubbles. More effectively. It's never a good hit on them. I think because it launches them in the air and it's actually they're like, well, I need to work on it. But anyway. Game system, a survival inventory system for games by Hyper. Ah, yeah. What kind of game are you making? I'll show you my favorite enemies too while I'm at it. I have to have an nav mesh down for them to be even remotely interesting, otherwise they're terrible. This will serve the function, I guess. I can make it bigger. Why not? So, plan is good times here. Why are they moving sideways? I have questions. I don't understand. But anyway. For some reason, they're moving backwards. I don't understand it. They move towards you, and then they do a little pirouette, and they go. They've definitely become a fan favorite of mine. Oh, you can use them to launch yourself. Cool. Weapon's not particularly effective against them, I found. A 1930s working man's platformer. There's an other infrastructure. Bar with quests like woman's keys fell down storm drain and retrieve them. Interesting. Well, as a guy who's making a game that's in like late 1920s. Mine's steampunk though, so. I was gonna do Victorian, but good luck finding the right assets for that. I was like, it's not happening. Just finding steampunk stuff. There are no steampunk assets. None do not exist. You cannot prove it. You cannot prove me wrong. Just so rare. I'll make it rid of this nav mesh because fun as they are, it makes everything editing way cooler. Yes, cheers. There's some pretty cool, there's like a 1930s city that was pretty cool. And I kind of wish I'd done the 50s, because if you do the 50s, like, what was it? Thanks for the follow. We see there's like a bunch of assets on Humble Bundle that are available right now. If you happen to be doing like the 50s. They're not real for very long, right? It's this one here. This one here is just loaded down with assets. But it's all like 50s stuff, and it's just like the whole city. Oh yeah, you understand the struggle. Well, you got this one. It looks really nice. It's too. I really am too restricted on what I can and can't get away with. Oh yeah, like 1980s cars. I'm like going cool, sweet. I have some cars for mine, but I got what is it? Let me bring up the other one. There's like stuff made by Larites Studio is really good. Let's see. Drag it over real fast here. I got this one. And it shows up in Humble Bundle packs, so like I would never pay this much money for it when it goes there, but I mean, as you can see, it gives a lot of fun toys here, including cars too. So this is kind of what I end up going with a lot of it. It gave me a whole lot of stuff to play with. It just really helped out. They have another one too that's very good as well. I just sort by most expensive. I guarantee it's one of the more expensive ones. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. There's one I really want. This one here, the 1900s Industrial. They have Humble Bundles all the time, so I'm just waiting for a Humble Bundle of it. Kind of with the train tracks especially. There's also a shop interior to be pretty nice. And these staircases would be fantastic. Unfortunately, well, I like a shop interior. I don't have a lot of shop interiors. That'd be pretty handy. Oh yeah, it's weird, but I don't actually have good trains. Like of all the things you'd think I'd have for steampunk, nobody has trains for it. All the trains are too new. So it's just like, okay. I mean, steam train would make, I don't know, infinite sense in steampunk. Like, infinite? Where are my trains? Terrible. I have like, that even finds them. And a Victorian. I think the closest thing I have to a Victorian train is this. Way too new. Is there? I mean, I had this thing, which is a Victorian, but the trains themselves suck. Because they don't like. I would definitely appreciate that. Like, I've been so annoyed. I'm like going, where's my trains? I need trains. Especially because I also, like, you know, need like I would have model train sets running around in one of the areas, and all the trains I have are too new. That I'm like the worst thing ever. Honestly, if that's like the worst thing that happens in my life, it's like not even that bad. It's like whatever. Cool. Thanks. But I'm gonna pretend like it's the worst thing ever. I'll make like a, you know, a really long post on X about it. And nobody will respect me one bit about it because it's like the most entitled thing ever. I'm definitely not gonna move it any farther forward, but I might actually have more like SCP types of stuff in here or something. I don't want one more light somewhere that's visible for them to get to. They don't die from the lack of light. I don't like these very much for the very reason. I kind of want to get rid of some of them. We'll just see. Lights matter a lot in this game. Need lights at floor level. Problem with being a doll. Anyway, I'll think about it. You need to be able to see, though. Gotta do some designing. What am I gonna do about you? I guess I can make a bunch of small little ones for her to kind of grip onto. Like, you know, not a bad idea. Kind of grip this ledge. It's not gonna be perfect, but Korean Railroad Day. Let us gaze upon the Korean Railroad. Enough. Okay. Okay. I'm feeling that. All right. All right. Thank you. This is like perfect. Get it back to my. There's a presidential coach, which, I mean, it's free. I don't care. Whatever's free. Sir. Alpha moves this one. I don't like it as much, but it's fine. It is a town car. What I call like a passenger car. Click the button, receive the bacon. For you. Cool. As intended. Did it not add them? Am I gonna have to wait to add them because the market's being a little weird? Or it's being a little bizarre? Is rail. I want to type in train. Or does not want to type suddenly. I don't understand it. Add a current. Do it the right way. Guess I'll do that off screen just in case something shows up that it shouldn't, but check out. Oh, cool. Unreal Engine crashed. Perfect. Everything I've ever expected. Oh, no. Unreal Engine didn't crash at all. The marketplace crashed. That's a first. I was like, oh, look, the little crash thingy. It looks just like Unreal Engine crashed. Nope, the marketplace crashed. Neat. I quickly add those Korean things back there and... Oh, it picked one of them out. Okay. Sure. I have so many questions for what's going on. I don't care. I'm at least going to add the important one to the project. Yeah. There is much oops going on with this one. That's all I gotta say. I mean, listen, sometimes market crash, things were going too well for Epic. I was just like, I gotta step in and bring the market down so if the investors can jump in and make a bunch of money. Very important. This is my goal in life, Some people, they ruin the stock market. I ruined the Epic market. We all do our part in life, It's just about understanding your place in the world. My gosh, they're huge. I like them. I like them so much. Thank you very much for leading me to this glorious thing. No, just delete this one. Okay. Just that one. don't delete everything. I'm gonna see if they've pre-built some trains for me. They have not. I'm very sad now. I was hoping they pre-built these trains so I didn't have to... Oh, they kind of did. Okay. I just wanted a fun little example train. Because I'm a little on the lazy side sometimes. Yeah. A little on the lazy side. I'm probably not going to use this until way later. But for purposes of, just having it somewhere to look cool and remind me. I like to keep little, there's a bunch of versions. I like to keep little things, around as reminders. I like that the wheels work. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. Did I get it all? No? Okay, I missed those. Fair enough. I don't know what makes up a train. Maybe other people do, but they're cooler than I am. Okay, well. I want those too. I don't know what they do. What? I'm like the worst guy ever to build your train. I don't know what they do. They look important. We include them on your train just in case. You build a train and you just have this giant bag of crap left over, like it's, you know, you built something from IKEA. Well, what's missing, but it seems like it was really useful. Well, I probably should have did it. I mean, I could see that. A little streamlined variant, probably better than what I'm doing. Honestly, this is way more extreme than I probably need, but whatever. Okay. I'm down for extreme. Because I'm like putting all these parts in here and everything like that. It's so many parts. It's that. Oh my gosh, these are separate parts. This reminds me of that ship thing that Epic handed us. It's like a pirate ship, and it's like every piece of the pirate ship ever. You're just like, but why, Epic? Why are there so many pieces to this pirate ship? I proceeded to go to the demo and then just, you know, get exactly the pirate ship. Like their whole pirate ship out of there. I was like, that's good enough. Kind of feels like a good enough scenario as is now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna group all this together. I missed some wheels. Cool. Proud of me. B group. Yeah, I just want this. I'm gonna leave those two parts. I don't care anymore. They're hard to click. I just wanted the train to show people and to remind myself. Oh yeah, the ship was great. One of the things I did was I made a bucket that floated in the water, and my little doll was just riding it around. It was entertaining, if a bit weird. Then they took all the water things out, so it didn't make much sense. I'm gonna put the train right here. But it's not gonna be huge. No. Sadly, because I grouped it all together, it's not gonna be easy to shrink, but whatever, I don't care. Actually, oh, wait a minute, it probably does need to be this big, doesn't it? Come with me if you want to live, train. Come with me. How big should this thing be? Do I have a room I can stuff it in that I don't care about? I'm gonna put it down one floor. I really don't need this until way later. But I could put one in the scenery out there. We'll see about that. I'm not really designing the city right now. I also don't have tracks for it, too. That's kind of a problem. Did this include tracks? Oh, look at how cool this is. This is just all kinds of fun. I'm gonna have to sit there and do things like this. Is a perfect train for her. Oh my gosh. I love it. So the plan, as far as how the game is going to be set up, it's so unfortunate. Well, if that one thing ever goes on sale. So my plan, as far as how the building is going to go, the Toymaker's Workshop is in the room up here. So you start in the Toymaker's Workshop. I have to build it, but I don't have all the stuff for it, so we're not doing that yet. There's a character who is cursed but lives in the painting. She's like a ghost in the paintings, and you can use her to travel to this painting world to get to the location. She helps you escape out of there and plops you out at the only other painting that is uncovered down here, putting you into this like floor that nobody's allowed to go into because it's like reserved for only the Toymaker. Once you get below that, though, these 2 floors are going to be a where the toys are produced. And I plan to use... I will bring up the thing for it. Waiting for a sale on this stuff here. Blah, 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 blah. I plan to use this one here. There's a preview video for it that's pretty good. It's old, but it gets the job done. So for the building of, like, you know, all the toys, I'm gonna have a lot of things that, you know, you have to try to run around and deal with all these. And this is gonna take up 2 of the floor. So floors 4 and 3 are gonna be taken up by that. Oh, these are cool. Like, I've been hunting down steampunk stuff for a while, the things I need. This thing goes, it's like 150, not on sale, but I've seen it as cheap as like $50. I'm just waiting for one of the big epic sales to buy a bunch of things. That's also part of why things take longer, is because I wait for sales, and say I run a business. I only have so much free time to kill on this kind of thing. Oh yeah, and like this was his old version. Like he's got a bunch of stuff he's added in since then, but he never made a new preview video. Still, this should be pretty good for a lot of it. At least that's what I'm thinking. And then once you get below 3rd floor, I'm gonna have like a Toy City type of thing, which is basically going to be like, you know, smaller versions of the actual exterior city that's around it, which is why I had spent a lot of time to have that. And then I'm gonna have like the train running around that area. Because the character, the toy maker, he is a serial killer who basically kidnaps women and kills them, and he's basically like what amounts to Jack the Ripper for all intents and purposes, except for he doesn't always hunt prostitutes. And he's putting their souls in dolls to animate them, because he's like action things try to resurrect his ghost daughter, like who was like murdered herself for that matter too. So she's wandering around haunting the place. She's like a 14-year-old ghost girl. She's been dead for 2 years, so technically she's 16. And throughout the whole place, hidden on the floors where no one goes, are his experiments to try to figure out how to bring her back to life. And you encounter a lot of the toys that he's made that do these things. But it's also a working toy factory, because you can't just, you know, do all this stuff in the middle without someone going, hey, why is that a thing? I don't know if ghosts really have birthdays per se. I guess. I mean, in a way, like it would be like mentally she'd be 16 at that point. But you could probably have some philosophical debate with her over it, I suppose. She can't leave this, you know, factory, so it's why her father bought it to build this place around there, because his daughter can never leave and she's just haunting it forever. So it's kind of a sweet story until you realize he's killing people and turning them into toys. And your character, while looking for a friend of hers, happens in upon this, and, you know, wrong place, wrong time. You know, you go hunting for the person who went missing because of a potential serial killer. You might encounter the serial killer yourself, and she dies. Serial killer killed her. It's a surprise that nobody, a serial killer kills her too. Puts her in a doll. He doesn't need her. Clearly he wasn't making the doll, like, she wasn't an intended victim, so he didn't have a special doll for her, so he just basically had to throw together a thing like that. Well, technically, I actually started using it probably about 2.5 years ago. No, almost 3 years ago. But I had like health problems and had to stop using it for like 2 years, so don't have health problems. I would tell you what the health problems are, but what happened was after 2 years of tests, I actually just got better, and they never figured out what caused all the problems. Cool clock though, it's working and everything like that. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. And it's pretty cool. Got lots of neat stuff. So yeah, I got some experience with it, but you know. Oh yeah, there's it's a Russian one, right? If there's ever a free thing for the month, I just get it. I don't know what it's called though. But it does have tracks, so I might do it. Use it. Did it. Well, the only problem with a lot of the assembly line stuff is sometimes it's too new. Like, it can't have, like, all these working conveyor belts necessarily. I'm trying to keep it pretty period. I mean, kind of. I mean, it's steampunk, so it's not, like, completely period. Because obviously that's a fantastical version of the period. But maybe. Yeah. I have to look and see if they even had those in like the 20s and 30s. Like maybe. I mean, I'm kind of just keeping it close to like the late 1920s, but I'll have to look into it. It's good to know. But yeah, the plan is to take this Soul City stuff and it's going to go in this floor. And I might have it being like two sail floors, like that are just kind of together, and mix it up with like, you know, a bottom floor here too. Gonna have a lot more of the other toys. So that's kind of where I'm thinking on it. I'm not 100% certain what I'm gonna use for these exactly. Like I was gonna have like a tile floor as a joke that like all the chess pieces are fighting over because they worship it as like the great board. So I thought that was pretty funny, and I have like concept characters that I've made too because, well, you know, I spend a lot of time doing things. I make a lot. I make a certain amount of the model, not all of them. Do not make all of them. It's not a thing. I had my game design doc. The ghost girl in question. Various characters. Various enemies, things like that. As you can see, I also had old versions of the levels too, but including dialogue and things. It's some of the old level ideas that I don't have anymore, but it goes on quite a few pages. I have 70 pages worth of things so far. Just add in there various ideas and things like that, but you know, stuff. Yeah, I use Daz to make a lot of the stuff, so I don't have to be completely, you know, oh yeah. It's because I started putting the full level information there as I was building it, and then just as a way to keep track of things, so it was not as, yeah. It got kind of thick after a while. I had lots of concept ideas set up and everything. Lots of characters already made. I just have to program it all. And, you know, I haven't done that. Let's see. Bring up some of the concept art that's bigger. Like this is my red queen for the chess pieces. You know, I tried World Anvil as well. And, you know, World Anvil is really great if you happen to, down there. All those things. Oh, there you go. Anyway, World Anvil is really good for if you want to show people things. Like have a game design doc type of thing available, like a D&D campaign. It's pretty good. But otherwise, it's terrible. Because it's designed for really just D&D or whatever D&D style games. Yeah. Yeah, it's just literally all it's designed for. It is exactly useless for everything else. Yeah, like it was good for prompts. Like I had a lot of prompts that worked out very well for me. And like it really got me thinking about characters. I started writing a lot more how the characters interacted with each other and little stories about them so that it didn't matter for the main game, but just so they could have their own, you know, when I wrote it for them in the game, they would actually have a personality to work off, like memories effectively. Because I'm making exactly one world, and the one world's going to have every game I ever make in it. It's very simple, because then I can just kind of keep building off the lore and everything. And have like cameos for people who like things, kind of like a D&D campaign. So yeah, I always do that. But it also kind of became a little less useful after a while. Some of these things just like, well, I don't necessarily need all that. I did write I did timelines. It taught me timelines were really good. I started organizing via timeline, and that just really helped out for making things easier to figure out where it's going on. And I started putting like the whole game episodes like that, everything in the game in a timeline, and then just started putting in like additional, like this happens here, here, here. Eventually my game design doc became, it formed from one of those timelines. That was kind of useful. But then I realized Google Docs kind of just does it better. It doesn't provide the prompts, but it's better for organization. It's less laggy. It's available everywhere. I mean, these other things are cool and all, but are they that cool? I don't even know. Sure. I did try it for a while, and I mean, it led to some good things there. It also led to me using Incarnate. Incarnate was really good for doing a bunch of apps because I was doing 2D stuff. And I started with RPG Maker a while ago, doing things in it that no one should do, and don't use RPG Maker. It's really stupid. Incarnate was really cool though. If you did 2D maps, Incarnate was really neat. Oh yeah, I was. For a while, I was like, did like memeing things. I almost get kind of have a name of doing the dumbest things possible in RPG Maker, and I made an H-load system for RPG Maker. I was like, this engine can't run craft. Let me fix this. You don't need an H-load system for RPG Maker, trust me. It's good. I had a full animation system that kind of rivaled Paper 2D. I don't know why. Yeah, I could see that. Cartographer 3 seems, I think I swore I saw it on a Humble Bundle at one point. I was like, oh, cool, Humble Bundle. And I was like, wait a second. I don't need this. Why am I looking at this? I don't need this. Dumb. I mean, it's not dumb as a program, it's just like, I don't know, I was looking at the thing, I didn't need it. Make this more obnoxious for people. So... yeah, Humble Bundle is like almost in a way evil because you just see these things, you're like, it's not that expensive. Pretty soon you have all these stupid assets that are just completely worthless. It's like, oh look, more environments, thanks. Throw it in the back with the others, guys. Like, how handy. I have so much stuff from there. I used to buy audio bundles. It's actually where I got this, you know, the various musics I have playing here because, you know, I can't get copyright claim for them. And it's so cool until you realize you got to sort through them to see what's actually like, you know, completely awful and not. Like, oh, here's just 1,000 files to go through. How fun. Not fun. Fun at all. I guess these have to be rammed slightly together. Yeah, it's a thing. Definitely think it's like crack. I pretty much just need to stop looking at it, but I keep looking at it anyway. It's like, oh, what's the new bundle right now? I need that. Do I really need that? I don't think I actually need that. I think I want that because it's shiny. Yeah, it's too easy to just go, ah, I need that and that and that. This might be really cool. That was like a really big problem I had with my early game dev stuff. And I actually canceled a lot of dopey projects when I was big RPG Maker, especially. Because I would just see something cool and want to make something else, and I'd start trying to mash things together that should never have been run together. Never. And it was no good. Something should not be. And, no. Hey, you're probably better for having done that, to be honest. Waiting for assets is just... If you don't need it, especially for prototyping, if you don't need it, but you probably shouldn't buy it. Of course, with my game, because the assets or the actual level itself, it's kind of like I had to prototype with something like that. It's kind of weird. They'll make a game about tiny characters, and you won't have to deal with this problem. Yeah, there you go. I mean, since I started with RPG Maker, I think I bought like one tile set about 4 months in or something. Thought it was the coolest thing ever, and proceeded to never really use it. Yeah, much. And adding this parkour mechanic's kind of expensive as far as what it takes to add it, you know? Especially you make these as thick as they are, I'm sure I'm gonna have to hate my life on this. There will not be many round things by the time I'm done. Everything's gonna be a square. Yeah. You definitely have to really pick your battles when it comes to, like, you know, what you pick up, you know, because art style just, it's so important. It just so matters, and a lot of things don't match. I found that to be a problem. Half the steampunk stuff was literally, oh look, the be like low poly, and it's like, thanks, I'm so happy, really, that's wonderful, yay, low poly. Because I immediately bought that layer taste thing with the city thing, and that was like where I started with the steampunk. Now I just tell people, don't do it, don't do steampunk. There's not enough assets. It's so hard to find anything. Don't be me. Not only do I need steampunk stuff, I also need toy stuff. My life is better because I need toy stuff. Not better. It's not better at all. I was going to do a more Alice in Wonderland style game. So I have a bunch of assets for that kind of thing, but then I ended up scrapping that because the story didn't make sense. It really just didn't. It just didn't make sense. Good mechanics though, but need a story that fits it. Might even use the characters from that just in here too. Actually, I did snag some of the characters. Got to recycle, reduce, reuse when it comes to game dev assets. Just gonna say it. They're precious and hard to come by and kind of expensive. You probably want to recycle all you can. The problem with a lot of those buildings is that, well, one, they're a lot more modern than you might think, which is awkward in itself, but they're not steampunk. Like, it's not like era appropriate that I necessarily need so much as I need fantastical era appropriate. So that's why you have buildings that are more with weird tubes and things, you know, stuff that gears and stuff that shouldn't be there. Because it's steampunky, it's not designed to be very realistic. That's one of my big problems, is that, you know, steampunk is such a rare thing, since it's literally like the 1920s, but maybe 1930s. It can be as early as, you know, the Victorian era, with just lots of weird gears and things. Gears, pipes, clocks. I don't have any good clocks. I'm waiting for this clock pack to go on sale. It's like $3 on sale. Like $6 not. I'm just being cheap. They're all working clocks, including vacuum tube clocks, which I might be the only person in the world who's excited by a vacuum tube clock. Here we are. I need a vacuum tube clock. That's awesome. I think everyone should actively avoid steampunk. I'll say that those two sentences don't go well together at all. You're avoiding steampunk, but you love vacuum tubes. I hate to break it to you. I'm gonna say steampunk and vacuum tubes kind of go hand in hand, you know, like married here. I mean, science is a lot of fun there. I guess I don't even need the little things here to grab hold of that. Oh, she can just vault over it. That's, like, not terribly useful. This is important so she could get up here. Oh, she could just pull herself there. That's cool. That works just fine. I mean, that's steampunk in a nutshell. There's pointless gears and pipes everywhere, and steam. This is just like steampunk. Just, you want to make something steampunk, just put a bunch of extra pipes and gears on it, and boom, steampunk. Some vacuum tubes, you know? Maybe a couple, like, winding things, you know? Just... I've got blimps, I've got hot air balloons too. I mean, they're just kind of floating around there. They move around too when things actually going, but... eh. Yeah. If you think finding steampunk is hard, go ahead and try to find diesel punk. Yeah. I mean, you know, you're gonna have to pay for assets for that. There is like a diesel punk thing, I think, on the marketplace. What's it called? I think they listed it as steampunk anyway. Oh, actually, wait, what's this? Modular diesel punk environment. Oh my gosh, your dreams could be real. Just saying. Typed it in there, I was like, diesel punk, that's not what I was looking for, but... I think that was actually, one they mislabeled for steampunk. Counts the prop. Does it count as a prop? Wait, this counts as steampunk? No, it doesn't. What? You lie. There's no way this counts as steampunk. Whatever. This would be like 1950s, 60s, but a future version, like a fantastic version of that, like their technology. That would be my guess. Steampunk. Whatever. Yeah, you know, it's along those lines. If you were making Fallout, here's your Nuka-Cola machine right there and whatever this is, and this could totally be a thing. You can also play football. It says so. Yeah. Some of these things I don't know. I mean, just saying. Just saying. I don't buy that. What was it called? Where there was one that was like maybe it's an environment. Huh. I guess I can't cheat my way through it to find it. It's fairly cheap. There we go. I'll do it that way to try to cheat. I don't want to do every steampunk thing. I wish I had... No, it wasn't steam power generators. I thought about that one for me, but... The factory is likely going to be off at the time, so I don't really see a point in me being, getting like these generators. It looks like the other thing already kind of covered that. I kind of memory hold what this one was called because I wasn't going to use it. And I never thought I would need it. They gave me this for free. That's nice of them. Too bad it doesn't actually have any things. Maybe it's not listed under steampunk. This is not it. This can't be it. Nah. That doesn't look steampunky either, by the way. I think it was listed under steampunk. Yeah, the generator's pretty cool. I mean, you know, they're cheap. You could almost get away with these for being diesel punk as well, for that matter. They look more diesel punk than the stuff I was looking at, that's for certain. Engine? Engine hall. This might have been the one, yeah. There you go, here's your diesel punk right here. This is so much more like that kind of stuff. With particles and everything. Maybe something like that. Comes with stairs and catwalks and all kinds of bizarre machines. It's called Engine Hall. Actually, let's see. We'll just do this. Where's my restream? There you go. Yeah. Welcome, definitely. Like, you know, anybody who wants, you know, do one of these weird things, this does not look appropriate for anything. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Epic. Yeah. Nothing else I saw that was fitting for that, but I don't any. Just the fact that diesel punk is a thing is kind of forget about a lot of times. There's actually a few diesel punk things. Right? I mean, there's models pack. I mean, that's kind of cool. We can get a little floaty train. But I don't know. Some of the stuff I wonder if I can get away with it. Problem is, stuff like this seems a bit much for steampunk, so it'd be definitely a little bit more farther down the road to more diesel punk. But this looks like a pretty good diesel punk set, honestly. It's kind of cool. I like it. I say some of the stuff I wonder if I could get away with. Like this kind of stuff I think I could get away with. Yeah, like, I mean, the screens just don't make too much sense. Even then, a lot of this metal stuff I could probably get away with too, honestly. A lot of steampunky stuff is metal. Not like a huge time difference on them, so I could kind of get away with it. I'm add it to my collections of maybes. I don't know if I'm ever going to use it, but I kind of, sometimes you just got to make it happen, you know? Got your soldiers. Yeah, I can't use that stuff. Yeah, it's like a decade too late for what I want to use. But still, some of the stuff's kind of neat. Got like a... You know what actually I think I like the best? If there was just an enemy that was just literally this face floating around, just nothing else, it's just the face. You're just like, oh God, what am I seeing here? Like, hey, what's up? And just floats off. You're like, huh. Cool. How you doing, bro? Just floating by. Like, hey. Be more awkward. You're just like laying in like a... You just go to like, say, some sort of abandoned facility, right? You know, it's like military facility. Nobody's there. Everyone's clearly died like that. And yeah, you lay down on one of the cots because, you know, you're tired, whatever like that. And you just wake up and there's just that face just looking at you. It's just, you're just like right there and it's just like... it's just like... Floats away. You're like... Sleep again. Like, huh, what happened? World needs more silly crap like that. And some of this is kind of cool. I mean, it obviously can't work for me, but looks like there's a bit more diesel punk stuff than I was expecting. I've never looked. Very similar to the other stuff. That's... You know, this looks like the ship the villain makes in order to take over the world. Actually, you make a whole game in this ship, it looks like. Almost. Pretty big ship. I can see it. I can see it. It just seems like it's bigger and bigger. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's even bigger. And it looks like it's got all kinds of engine pieces too. So how do you feel about a game in an airship? Say it. Hmm? Yeah, I mean, I can see that. You can do, I'm doing like a more small ball type of stories, you know, where it's, you know, happening in just a smaller subsection. Like, you could just have people just living their lives in the city and the problems of the city. You don't have to fight a war. Not every story has to be huge either. Some stories can just be, you know, oh look, these are the problems in my life, you know, like that. Maybe you're dealing with a murder, you know, maybe you're solving a crime, maybe you're just trying to pay rent and you decide to open a weird little diesel punk eatery place. I don't know. Wouldn't that be a weird little like simulator? You know, it's like Overcooked, but the diesel punk edition. I mean, at least it'd be memorable. I'll give him that. I mean, I'm doing a steampunk story in that they're in a world that's steampunk, but you know, it's mostly just about toys and everything like that, and you know, weird rituals and things like that. And the backdrop just happens to be steampunk. Makes for an interesting world, but you know, the fact that it's steampunk isn't really the point. That's how I prefer to do it. I don't like to have I don't want to be totally crammed into normal steampunk stories. I mean, some of the steampunk stories are fun, but yeah, definitely like the no true hero type of thing. I like to find I like characters stories that are either like a path of damnation, where you take a character who is pure and wonderful and lead them down a series of choices that lead them to being effectively not a great person, or forced to do things that just aren't good. But you understand why they did it. It's not like you're just guessing. It's very obvious why they have made this thing, made these decisions. And you question if you would have done the same. And then I like the reverse of the story. We have a character who has clearly done bad things and is then seeking the reverse of trying to find redemption by doing things to try to counteract, to rebalance the scale. So that's usually where I want. Like, I don't like people who are like totally good or totally evil. It doesn't make too much sense to me. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, people can do evil acts. I just kind of prefer they have a reason than the I'm evil. It's cool. I'm great, bro. Or evil. That's awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong, every once in a while it's fun to just have a character who just falls under the trope. Okay, sure. I'll give you that, but it's also, I don't know. I like to have my people be a little more real than that. Much of the reasoning for a lot of what happens in my world is often going to be people have a good point for it. Like, you know, this guy's trying to resurrect his daughter, and he doesn't care if he has to kill a bunch of people to do it because he wants her back. So one can understand why you'd want to save your kid, but maybe don't go about it by killing people and turning them into dolls because you think you can find the magical way to bring her back that way or something, you know? Maybe that might be wrong. And I'm going to include notes along the play so you can kind of find out what he did along the way, but I'm not going to just directly tell the player. Like, I want the player to have to look for it a little. Because I also think that's a big problem in a lot of people's games, especially coming from the RPG Maker world. People lore dump. It's like they just take this big, fat, steaming dump right on top of me as I start their game, and by the time I've clawed my way out, I turn the game off because I'm just exhausted from clawing my way to that. Oh yeah, it's definitely too handholdy. So I'm kind of opting for less story. Like, I'm gonna hide lore around, and you can find it if you want, but I'm not gonna have much lore like them talk to you that way. Most of the toys are, you know, gone crazy by the curse anyway, so it's not like they're going to really be that talkative. And one of the few characters that is talkative only appears near the painting, so if you aren't near a painting, she can't talk to you, unless she's stuck in the painting. Yeah, and it's just, there's the number of people who showed up and told me about their world and how wonderful it is and all this lore before they've even made a game. Just, it's adorable, is I think the best way to put it. It's the most adorable thing ever, because they think I care. Now, you can make me care about your game by making, I don't know, a game. But I don't need to hear about your whole pantheon of gods, okay? Like, I'm fine, I'll live. Too often, it's just like, oh, I'm so happy you made all that. I really am. Truly. Thank you. But, I mean, it's just the number of stories that are basically just the most generic isekai. Okay, I'm all for a boy from a small town type of story who's nobody and becomes great. Fine. But I need more than maybe like the description of boy from a small town is the character development for that character. It's just like, okay, they're gonna go battle God effectively or whatever. Because seems like every RPG ends up with battling God, especially JRPG. Like, I must stop God because God is terrible. You're like, okay, and why am I doing this? I don't know. Does. Cool, what a great story. Thank you for that. So many just stories are just nonsensical. It's like, okay, whoever designed this particular thing, yeah, you can click on portions of it and drag them away. I mean, I realize that's how all of them work, but I forget that's a thing. But yeah, I love all the memes of the game devs. I think my favorite quote ever, I saw this on Reddit. I just laughed for like a full minute. I think like that. He's just like, keep in mind, this is an RPG Maker ones there. So if you ever need to find the most delusional people imaginable, you need look no farther than an RPG Maker Reddit. He's like, I just want to make a little game, like Final Fantasy IX, before I make the game I want to make. Just make Final Fantasy IX, just a little game by yourself. No problem. Just a little bit there. Just like, you got this, man. It won't take you any time at all. A little game. An RPG Maker, no less. Huh. Yeah. It was definitely a good laugh I had there on that one. I was like, yeah, got this, man. I'm making no problem. Or then people who show up, he's like, I just want to make like Octo Chrono Final Traveler, God knows what game. You're just like, you have all the mechanics from all these games. It'll work out just fine, I'm sure. Spoiler, it won't work out fine. It's not how it works. Basically named the JRPG and they thought they could have every mechanic and just somehow crap out those games. It always just made me laugh every time I heard it. I mean, first of all, if you're going to use an engine to do that, RPG Maker is not a good engine for making games, let alone good games, so I would advise a real engine. Or maybe an Unreal Engine. Womp, womp, womp. Sometimes you gotta say those things. Yeah, like things that people are doing there. Don't worry, it's not like it's terribly much better in other places there, because I came to, like, you know, the Unreal Engine Discords and things like that, and found that people pretty much were basically about the same level of delusional, just in different ways. It's like, work out, buddy. This is my survival game. It's made in a forest using mega scans. It'll do really good. How's your game unique? Oh, it's a survival game in a forest using mega scans. Yeah, I heard that. What? Why are people gonna play it? Well, they like survival games. Okay. I see this game. I just tell people, don't use mega scans. Please don't use mega scans. It makes your game look like every other game. It really does. Everybody uses mega scans. They're great looking assets, but seriously, please don't make a survival game in a forest with mega scans. Yeah. Well, I mean, think about why they pick a beach and, like, just in general the outside. What does Unreal Engine do better than, like, everything? Make a really pretty outdoor landscape. It's super easy. 5 minutes, you have the prettiest landscape in the world. You probably just went and, you know, got some topography from one of the many sites that have it, just flown someplace in the world, put a whole bunch of foliage and crap out there, run some water through it, you're good. And it'll look beautiful. It'll look AAA levels of awesome. Well, at least double it. And then you make some stuff that, you know, interact with there. Some wood you can chop and things like that. It's really easy. I mean, like, the amount of time it takes to make a survival game, a generic one, is not a good one, sure, but it's like the most throwaway possible game, but it's so easy to make by comparison to almost anything. Okay, cool. Neat game there. I've seen a million games just like it. I need to do something about this pillar. I hate it. Problem. Because I moved in. I swapped out the wood that was in this area. And that's a problem. Pull this out a little bit. I'll figure something out. I'm making a game that's nighttime, so. I can't say I've heard of Green Hell, but to be fair, it's not like I have time to play games ever. I have time to work on my own and time to work on my business, and then I think I sleep sometimes, and that's my life. Oh, I mean, listen, don't touch the frog. No, oh, Green Hell. If it's green, you probably shouldn't touch it. You see a nightmare scenario, it's a giant grassy field, it's like, it's all green. Don't. I can't say I've actually played many survivals. For all that I make fun of the survival games, I just don't play them. I could play them. Counterpoint, I could not. I do something with this space, so it looks cool. Originally, stuff was a lot less functional in here. There was a lot more weird spaces to go through that seemed kind of pointless, and because it was so dilapidated. Now that things are less dilapidated, they look cooler though this way though. I think if why you would need to manage sanity out in the jungle? I would assume there's a lot of things I'm more worried about than sanity in a jungle. Usually, like the 9 bajillion creatures that can just kill me. I just think of the Amazon. I'm like, alright, it's a jungle. We'll play like the forest. I mean, I assume that's actually a specific game you mentioned, but like I said, I don't even have time to play games, so. I almost never play anything that comes out anymore. I just ain't got the time. I want the time. I ain't got the time. I'll put some like pillars right on top of this so it can look all cool. Yeah, some pillars. Yeah. Just so they look at this room a little weirder. I actually found that I can't play any game where I build things now because what do I do in Unreal Engine but basically just play a game that's effectively building things? Like I can pretend like I'm doing something that isn't basically just that, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty much just building things, you know? Just saying, I'm just doing a little bit of building. I like building. Nothing wrong with some building. I just tell people it's basically the ultimate building game. And then, you know, I pretend like I'm actually a game dev, but until I release something that actually makes money or something, I don't count myself as an actual game dev. Yeah. At least I figured out that I could actually just sit there and stream in order to talk to people. Because there's one thing I've learned with game dev is you don't get a lot of time to talk to people because you're too busy games. I'll put this on here instead of the wall. I get up, go to work, then come home, catch a bit of sleep after eating, I think, something like that, or some order like that, and I wake up, get some game dev in. Then I usually go back to sleep for a little bit at a time and then go off to work again. That's pretty much my life. Speaking of which, 8:50 for him. I don't even know what schedule I keep anymore. Schedules are for other people. I live a life that is free to do something. I'm gonna take one of these crosses over here. Feel as though I need it. One of the things I haven't been doing is actually including indicators of what things are. I gotta find something to fix these top parts there. I just don't like it much. On the other hand, everything's super dark, so you probably can't even see it. I mean, tiny doll, right? Yeah, you don't even see it there. It always looks so much darker in the engine, and then I get into the actual game and it's not as dark as it looks. What I need to do is have before and after pictures so people can see how much the room has improved by the time I like just over one night. This room was so pathetic beforehand, and now it's like kind of cool. I need to put stuff in here too. I need to find like weird cursed toys or something to put in these, preferably moving ones so people will go all weirded out by it. I guess I could just have this hallway be open. Oh, that defeats a lot of purpose on how I had things originally set up, though. Hallways suck. I wish I had less of them in here. My problem with the hallways is that when people make hallways, what do they mostly do? They're just like a pathway to get to the next area. There's like nothing special in them. They don't usually have anything. I originally blocked things off by just having a bunch of weird dilapidated stuff here, but that just makes zero sense. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna find something else to do because I don't like it. The whole system has changed now. It's possible I put a wall here. Yeah, there's some changes that need to happen. Also, these buildings. This whole room needs to be redone anyway. I'm just get rid of all. Let's not delete that. That's a bad decision. Since I had like a flooded area below this, because this was originally like, you know, a first floor and there was a basement below it, and it was like a dilapidated warehouse. This was like had a pit under it basically, and I don't have that anymore. Yeah, that's cool, but I'm probably okay with leaving one of her little save boxes over. I don't hate that. I need this room to be pretty big. This room just needs to be completely reworked. I don't like this. I'm gonna use the toy stuff for later. What do we do with a hallway? I guess this lets you get into this hallway earlier. It would defeat the purpose of needing this key, though. Unless this key led to something else. I guess I'll just do that separately there and figure it out. I'll put a vent on here or something, too, as well. Well, I guess more display cases and the like would be pretty... Yeah. I have my, like, liminal space in the painting world in between things. It's like its own little liminal space. Apparently I haven't saved in a while. And this world lets you travel to various paintings. If they're unlocked, anyway. Oh good, my favorite first-time chatter types people like that. The cheap view people. Cheap view message? You see at night, the cheap view people show up and they're just like, cheap views, cheap views. That's how you know you're starting to do better on Twitch. You see more and more of them. It means you're far enough up that they bother to click on you in the first place. Yeah, like they rig to unlock if you've actually opened up the area. And you jump into travel places. And one of the other mechanics of the game that I'm gonna have is you can grab NPCs and throw them into the painting world, like certain ones. And they'll open up little shops here that provide little rewards for having been in here, including a battle arena that is going to be there, and the shop thingies that are going to be over here, and but kind of working on that. I have the mechanic already set up to do that, but I haven't bothered to make every NPC. I need about 6 that you rescue for the first chapter of the game, the demo, basically. May only be 5. It just depends on where I place them. But yeah, this is my bizarre world here. And there's even a puzzle to get up on top of the pipes too, for that matter. And this is the ghost lady who's trapped in the paintings. Usually you just see her as like a little floating character, but in the actual painting world, she's a normal... Well, she's a giant here, but... She's the resident waifu character. That's what my Discord decided she was. I was like, fair enough. You're not wrong. Yeah. I've got lots of little ideas built up in here. It's only making them all reality. Over the last couple weeks, actually last 3 weeks, I've really been focusing getting things done. Like making things more of a playable state. More logical for how they're going to be. So, we're getting there. In all reality, I should be working on this section here. I don't know what to do with it yet, because originally it was some sort of weird toy maze thing. The character even leaving a thing saying that, you know, no humans were allowed, it's only toys. But it's just not as cool as these areas. These areas that are more designed for humans are just more fun in testing. So, I think I should be aiming more for that. So, I don't know. Like, I do have pipes you can actually go through too, which are going to be more interesting. This is obviously placed badly. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up changing these up completely to be a little better than what they are. They were just throwbacks. And now I want reasons to go outside because I want to show off the steampunk city. And there's very few points where I'm like, oh man, it sucks. I get to look at the cool steampunk city. I never say this. So, adding more things out there, which means I need to redesign some of the rooms. And then some of the other rooms, like, because I remade a lot of things, they didn't fit the window shapes and it's problems. I mean, you know, it's a thing. Dolls playing in traffic. I run around the city at night. Why not? Actually might lighten it up a little bit. It seems a little too dark almost, maybe. I can get a slightly more magical feel at 0.5. Yeah. If there's a second game, I am actually going to have her go out in the city, like a little doll out in the city. But that's so far in the future. But I mean, that one thing gave these cool cars, so I got these things to play with. There's lots of cool cars. And it's not even on the ground. Fair enough. No, I'm using Ultra Dynamic Sky. Super worth it. I highly recommend everyone just, you know, pick it up. It goes on sale for like, I think I've seen it as cheap as 15 bucks. Yeah. The sad part is the weather stuff isn't terribly useful for me, even though it would be pretty cool, but I was like, well, I could have neat weather. But the simple reality is the giant moon is so much neater than a lot of the weather. Like, they have so many options in these things, like, you can change a lot. And they just updated it again. With more stuff that I'm like, I don't even know what this does. I could make it so that Poppet's hair blows in the wind, but I'm not sure I'm going to do that because she doesn't go outside enough to really make it worth terribly much time to do that. I considered having the thunderstorm type of thing going on, so then you go outside in the rain and you can see those, you know, thunderstorms going on, and that'd be kind of cool. I don't know if it'd be that much cooler than the moon, though. I think the moon's usually much cooler. It gets a better feel to it. I mean, I don't know. This gives it a much drearier feel. So, I don't know. That could be a thing. Also, midway through the game, I could also have it be, like this. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know. I've been 50-50 on it. It's also so dark too, so the other argument going on, I'll leave that like that for a second, is it too dark? So a lot of the areas you go through are too, like, you can't really see. And that's, not great. But it's more atmospheric. So one of the suggestions that I was testing, let me bring it back up. Let's see here. Blah blah blah. Which one was this? They're not in darkness, which means it would go this direction. This go the other way, like this. They suggested a light, basically, that's like, you know, a curse light. So when you're in the cursed area, for it to load. It lights you up, you know, in a purple type of light, so you know that you're in the cursed areas and you're suffering from the effects, which makes it easier to see. But it also kind of ruins the mood. I don't know about that one. That's been the argument. It's a better indicator that you're under the effects of the curse, though. Your sanity is drained. And it does let you see where you would normally be able to see. That's been kind of the argument there. Yeah, adjusting the night weather to be lighter, I did that same thing. Definitely a thing that it matters. Partly cloudy. I don't know, those are my arguments here. Trying to decide if it's with light being a mechanic in the game, it does kind of make me have to change things up all the time in just ways that are just not always the best. But I don't want to end up with the Game of Thrones battle thing where it was like the battle against the White Walkers where you can't see anything and no one even knows what happened. You're like, oh, did we win? I don't even know. I can't see anything. And you're like, yeah. Exactly that. Which compromise am I going to make? And I've been kind of back and forth on what the compromise is going to be. It's definitely going to be one or the other. A more atmospheric version. I might go without the cursed light. I don't know. Some of these there's just so much light in them. It's like, I don't know if what I want to do in those. So that's kind of where I'm at on there. I don't know. I've been trying without for a while just to see if the lack of light is better. I need a way to indicate to the player that they're, you know, suffering from the effects of being in the dark. There's actually two things that, like, the music starts changing on you, which is kind of hard to tell because I have music playing in the background, and then screen starts to get kind of fuzzy. As it gets worse and worse. I'm sliding it shift to the other thing though to okay, so as you can see it start to get worse. I have a little Christmassy type of evil Christmas music sound playing them. You know you're in the darkness, the parent, and then she eventually just dies from it. I just have her die normally too. That thing is broken. It's just a separate noise it's playing. I guess having the other noise playing on top, it's not very good. See the difference very well. Temporarily. That's just the normal music playing. Alright, about midway it really starts to shift. Oh, there's combat music playing over there too. Oh, I'm too close to light. It definitely replaces the music. I fixed that thing ever since I switched to the gasp animations. I haven't fixed that yet. So it's just where was I doing it at? What's the timeline for that? Oh yeah, the post process here. Just runs through these and it's just film grain intensity, and then I basically have two different music boxes running, and one of them is just really quiet and the other one gets louder based upon which one is happening. All based on the sanity stat. Originally, I actually had things become more like darker and darker, but eventually it became so hard to see. You know, like the biggest problem I had with the game, like in one of the earlier versions of like probably about a month and a half ago, everything just got so dark. It was just hard to see. I didn't have any light on the character. The character was also almost entirely dressed in black. Terrible in a game that was dark in the first place. That's why she's dressed much more in red now. And like a mechanic that makes things darker because you're, becoming less sane. It was terrible. You couldn't see. Like, this is such a bad plan. So I'm trying to change that up, but yeah, I don't know. So far, the light mechanic is either to make it really punishing or take it out. But it's how you get your power back too, like the little curse power. Like you actually use the power of the curse to use your abilities, so that's important. But the longer you're in the darkness, the worse your sanity gets, and you can get your sanity back by going back to the light, but then you don't get any of the curse power back. You can't use your abilities back in the darkness. Which makes combat against bosses way more interesting because you have to keep bouncing between the two, and it's a real problem. And some things require like your sanity to even use in the first place. But it's going to take a lot of balancing. To put it really bluntly, the balance is going to take a long time on that one. So, I don't quite know where it's going to go on that. Like, waffling on it. I really wanted it to like feel like a fun mechanic, or at least add to the gameplay. I could just have like cooldowns for abilities or something. I need some kind of cost, basically. I guess I could just have something going on down here, just like random stuff. I mean, it's possible I block this area off with some sort of a toy setup, too. Such a long hallway. How am I theming this hallway? I'm a little leery of putting too many paintings because the problem with the paintings is that canonically, Inca, the character who lives in the paintings, can go to all the paintings. Oh, it's not the entrance to anything. It's actually just a hallway on the 5th floor of the building. It doesn't enter anything. It's just there. It happens to be a pathway that connects a bunch of rooms, but I mean, I could technically have a. When I built the building, I put like not windows in this area, so that's a problem. Also, this wall needs to be redone. That's why it's sticking out. Maybe. See, the big problem I'm having right now, and I'm trying to talk to with it, is that it needs to be usable by people, but constitutes some kind of a level for the character to run around it. There needs to be something interesting to do there. And I could use more of the little drawers to get up to places. These are an option. Actually, I'm gonna grab the other doors. But I guess what's the goal? Problem. Have files or something around this area? Oh, I forgot. You can't do the shifty if it's a group like that. Perhaps I need some kind of big enemy in this area. Ah. Like, hallways are good if you're running from something, but it's still a Metroidvania, right? So if you're... Metroidvanias aren't horror games. So I have to be a bit picky on what I do with that, right? I could be filing a bunch of, like, you know, business stuff here, I guess. So what do they say? They put all the file stuff here in this room. Seems a weird place to put it, but okay. I can have Hierophant stuff here, but then you would get it in here and not be usable there. This is definitely a magician room at this point because the magician would let you move all these. Yeah, that's true. Maybe it is just some kind of storage thing. Need a table at the end here. You can reach the painting. I'm just gonna grab the table from over here. Might as well recycle out things here. Well, I could have, like, Charlotte, you know, the ghost girl, prowling this area. That makes sense. This room becomes really dangerous because she's prowling it. I haven't set up any kind of stealth mechanic, but hiding from, or it could be its own thing. Almost kind of weird to have this box right next to these levels here. Put a player start over here. I'll grab this box. I'll turn the start the right way. These are the boxes for saving. But the painting world lets you save too, so he doesn't no particular need to do that. Having it on the other side of the room seems a little better. It's a pretty long hallway, I guess. I could have Charlotte kind of wandering around these areas. Like she just kind of goes between these things. And she doesn't have to unlock the doors because she's a ghost. She can just float through the doors to the next area if she wants, or even through the walls. So she'll wander around. It's kind of like her domain. I'll have her just randomly wander around basically this loop. And potentially these other two rooms here. I don't think she'll go in this room. I don't like that idea. So then the big threat of that room is that, you know, you might be chased after by a near invincible ghost and have to hide. Well, basically an invincible ghost. She might be the ghost of a 14-year-old girl, but it turns out you're a 10-inch tall doll, so that makes her basically like Shadow of the Colossus. Essentially what it is. It's like, oh, look. A 14-year-old girl goes who's like, you know, way, way bigger than me. I do want to introduce her as something of a threat too at some point. They'll probably have some kind of stealth mechanic as she's wandering around. I only have the flying stuff taken from the Paragon. I need a better flying animation for that. Have her chase after you or something like that and hide in things. I could see it. Like if she sees you, it's bad, so you have to like hide behind stuff. Well, the Poppet box actually creates kind of a little hole to go through. So if that's the case, I now have a plan for this. I wasn't certain before, but running through there, and the idea now is actually really simple. I need to create little places for her to hide. Yeah. So I'm going to start having more like these things to hide behind and kind of mix it up a little more. Also, this needs to go to the ground here. These don't have to be functional like so much because these are like areas that are, well, as far as the employees are concerned, only the the toy makers allowed here in this area. But of course, his ghost daughter is living up in this. I don't know if I want them to be able to go behind all of these. Some of them, sure, maybe. Problem with this is though is they can't be too much of a space out there because it look weird. But if it's not too far from the wall, the camera will clip and be weird. Having a look around and being forced to like hide behind things would be pretty good. Even if the camera kind of goes wonky on these things a bit. Maybe slightly farther out. That happened. Dare say my computer's probably choking at this point here. That makes sense. In like 5 hours and 42 minutes since I started streaming, and I've kind of found that around 6 hours my computer starts to have more issues with this. Might need to reboot the Unreal Engine at least. So. No, this one can also be away from the wall a bit. How far are we going to really go, though? Like, what's the distance? I guess people don't tend to shove things directly against the wall. That's pretty good, because you'll be like looking through here and you'll be worried about her. And you don't want her seeing you. Oh yeah, I have her head set to rotate, so. That's actually kind of creepy where their head goes completely backwards. Wait a second. Wait a second. Unintentional creepy? Might leave that one. Yeah, look at that. And it's just set to look towards this. I didn't actually put a restrictor on it, but you know, if her head just rotates and follows you. Huh. It is the little things in life, I assure you. I'll tilt this a little bit too. Yeah. Creepy. Perfect. I also kind of want to force her to go out there like that. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. The engine's definitely not going to struggle with itself. It does need your help. It's all of our help. Yes. Really should probably be logging off because I'm supposed to actually go to work in, I think, about 3.5 hours. I didn't bother to sleep. Whatever. Don't worry about it. I see the bright light out there, and you can tell how much brighter it's gotten because of the fact that I opened the window and just looking real pasty. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go like another 14 minutes, and then I gotta pretend like I'm gonna get a little bit of sleep before work. And I'll be back tomorrow night to do the same thing because Unreal Engine is like the worst drug ever. Yes, indeed. So fun. All right, yeah, catch you later. What else I'm gonna put in here to make this interesting? I need to program her to basically follow a loop, like a patrol path. I'm not doing that right now. That's a tomorrow thing. Way too late in the day for me to do it this point here. What sucks is this hallway wouldn't have plants in it because there's no light. And I could have a window at the end of it, but I have a painting here. Also, I already went to the trouble to already make these, so I don't know if it's already a complete static mesh actor with everything already set up, so it's kind of a big pain to remake it. Just for a window. Then it also wouldn't be all nice and neat. Nice to make. Why don't you have a thingy? Huh. Oh, building does not look all perfect. Thanks, I hate it. I tried streaming on YouTube during the same thing. Let me tell you about why that wasn't what happened on that one. Pretty funny. 6 hours, I think 14 people looked sideways at it. Anyway. Looks like no one's actually currently watching, or it says no one's watching. I will probably just bounce because it has been 5 hours and 48 minutes. I need to go to work soon. 8.5 hours or so. That's still good sleep. Yeah. Alright, thanks for watching. Thanks for the follows. I'll be back tomorrow night to around the same time to continue feeding the addiction that is Unreal Engine. So, watching this later. Get bored? Drop on by. Catch you later.